Tradoon. Tradoon.
Dur.
Tradoon.
was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday to you. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and I'm glad you're here. We don't have a whole lot of, regimented plan for today, so there's going to be a lot of Q&A. Probably going to go over some fossil news. We'll be assembling part of our Tyrannosaurus 3D printed lower jaw, and, should be kind of a loosey-goosey one today. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. If anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a paleontologist, I study fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, and what I talk about here on Twitch 4 days a week. This is my full-time job. Streaming here on Twitch is how I fund my research, my fieldwork, and that's how I do outreach too. So I'm glad you're here. Holy cow. Let me know if you've got any questions. That's the whole point of these broadcasts, is to answer your questions, to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works, hence the name Paleontologizing. Trying to take paleontology, the study of fossils, make it a verb, you know? This is how we do it. This is how it works.
Tradoon.
Join us as we jump into that, you know? Anyway, really glad everybody's here. And sweetie pie, how are you doing? You want some treats, don't you? Of course you do. She always does right at the beginning of stream nowadays. You've got me pretty well trained, huh? Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. Let's get some treats, huh, sweetie pie? Right over here. Oh. Yeah. Well. There we go. Wow, look at all of those. Such bounty, sweetie pie. Look at all those. My goodness. Oh, enjoy. Anyway, how's everybody doing? It's good to see you here. Let me scroll up to the top of chat. Kodali and Matt M33 were first once again today. I hope you're both doing great. It's good to see you, as always. Lenina, I hope you're having a good day also. Howdy. Sloppy Salamander, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. I hope your day has been excellent too. Fall Machine, hello. Who else have we got? Cyan Streams Belinth. I dig that duck emote. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Bunch, and Jody Fish, Dr. Hubbs, and Phoenix the Archaeologist. Looneysaurus, and Harry Vetch, Toddy Waddy, and Barnacle Bum, Samich Nom Nom, and Matt M33. I already said hello to you, didn't I, Matt M33? I hope so. First today. It's good to see you. Chesh0905 and Wombat Hole, Gamer Tragic, and Tommy Platicus, Neilf, and Zote, Tolkien Otaku, and Paleo Lord, Grim Deviant, and Danish Viking. Famous Ames, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't think I've seen that username here before. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you could make it. And thank you for subscribing too. Whether that's a subscription you did yourself or a gift sub, either way, I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're here today. Eddie Scarin and Scrollin' Tone Rebellion, and It Then Did, and Swav Oreo 55 Jazzy Cat, and Arlay 0501. Arlay, Dad, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Eddie Scarin wants to know favorite pterosaur. Ooh, that's a tough one. Favorite pterosaur. There's so many cool pterosaurs to choose from. No, not Troodon. That's not a pterosaur. So pterosaurs, for the uninitiated, are these flying reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Like dinosaurs, they're part of Archosauria, but these guys are not dinosaurs themselves. Think of them as cousins of the dinosaurs. The pterosaurs. There's a great variety of them, many shapes and sizes. Choosing a favorite is difficult. I've always been fond of Pteranodon, and we might actually be 3D printing a Pteranodon at some point. A full-size Pteranodon skeleton. Or maybe I'll scale it down a little bit. We'll see. But Pteranodon has always been a favorite. Yeah. That's this guy right here, with the yellow bill and the yellow crest. A cool critter, Pteranodon. Cool indeed. Mudman1965 and Casey Snowart. Hello, hello, Casey. Good to see you. Mayor of Space. What's shaking? Standard answer for most paleo enthusiasts would probably be Quetzalcoatlus, because he's the biggest. Yeah. Certainly one of the biggest. It's hard to tell which pterosaur was actually the biggest of the biggest. But yeah, holy cow. Quetzalcoatlus is pretty big. Here's a photo of me and Quetzalcoatlus here at the Science Museum of Minnesota. It's such a big critter, it like barely fits in the frame. But yeah, holy cow, it's a big animal. It's a big animal. Nocturnal Scribe, hello to you. And Lady Fiend, hello, hello. Claire Burr, thank you for being here. As always, Claire, it's great to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says Rhamphorhynchus is my favorite. Such a little gremlin. Yeah, Rhamphorhynchus is... Those prognathous teeth are really something. Rhamphorhynchus, it's R-Y-N-C-H-U-S, right? No, there's another H in there too. Anyway, gorgeous, gorgeous specimens of Rhamphorhynchus are known. Yeah, those forward-facing teeth are, they're certainly something. I like your characterization of Rhamphorhynchus as being like a little gremlin. I could totally see that. Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. And Claire Bird, no worries. Yeah. When you see that pic of you again, Hugh? Yeah, you bet. Yeah. This one right here? Yeah, it's a big critter. Oop. Quetzalcoatlus. Oh, and we can zoom in like that? That's a new feature on Google Photos. Wow. But yeah, this is me at the reception for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of October. Yeah, it's a cool critter, Quetzalcoatlus. It's a cool critter indeed. I could probably find video of me a couple years prior to that at the Science Museum of Minnesota with the Quetzalcoatlus, but anyhow. Yeah. And are we certain they flew? Yes, Dasher, yeah. Yeah, critters like Quetzalcoatlus, they don't really make a lot of sense as purely land-dwelling animals. Here we go. Here is video of Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus interacting.
And these troodontids have picked up a scent.
There we go.
They're quick to investigate anything new,
What you doing?
especially if it might be worth eating.
This isn't on Netflix,
Biting
Peace, Love,
through a
John.
3-inch thick hide
But,
is beyond their power.
Tradoon.
Very
there we go.
frustrating.
Thanks, Clipper. You can watch it for free, though, on Apple Plus TV or whatever they call it. There's Tyrannosaurus there.
Tyrannosaurus rex. North America's top predator. With his 6-inch long teeth, tearing through an alamosaur's tough skin is not a problem.
Alright, now wait for it.
T-Rex might be able to bully troodontids, but a carcass as big as this soon attracts more formidable competition.
What you doing?
There we go.
What you doing?
Quetzalcoatlus, a giant pterosaur. One of the few creatures that will challenge an adult tyrannosaur.
It's crazy how tall they are. They've got a big wingspan, but it's such a long neck and such a long bill, too.
One strike from its 6-foot-long beak could easily cost T-Rex an eye. Even so, it seems that he's not going to back down. But the arrival of a second Quetzalcoatlus
Uh-oh.
changes the odds. After all, 2 beaks are deadlier than 1.
Mr. DNA says, good evening. Is it possible, according to you? What, is this like a plausible scenario here? I don't know. It depends. Like a lot of things in Prehistoric Planet, this is, as I understand it, based on real-life events in modern faunas. So, like, this might be a whole bunch of Cape vultures that are able to scare a lion away from a kill or something like that. That sort of thing does happen. You get enough vultures together and, yeah, they can drive off a lion. Or at least a hyena. I know I've seen footage of one of those two. Many of the scenarios that are laid out here in Prehistoric Planet are based on real-life stuff like that. But I don't know, a full-grown Tyrannosaurus, Quetzalcoatlus, I think there's this idea of it being this ultra-formidable, you know, walking around eating everything kind of predator, or a really formidable scavenger in this case. But when you look at the animal's anatomy, it's got this enormous bill on it like that. Like you see right here. You know, this bill is longer than I am tall. That sucker's like 7 feet long right there. But look at its body. Its body is not that much bigger than my body. And it's not going to have a huge stomach in there. This is not an animal that would pick me up and swallow me whole or anything. A, I would be too big to fit down its gullet. And B, with that much weight in its belly, even if it could get me into there, it's probably not going to be able to take off from the ground. These are extraordinarily lightweight animals. And I think that's really, really important to remember when we're thinking about them. I'm not saying they would have been super delicate. They're not made of origami or something. But still, they are very, very, very lightweight. Super hollow, thin bones. Strong, but super hollow, super thin. Yeah, it's probably eating tidbits of stuff. It's not going to be swallowing people-sized things whole. So yeah, dirter bones, exactly. And would it eat fish? I'm sure these guys are probably ecological generalists, I would imagine. I think they're probably eating kind of whatever they can find. They don't seem super specialized to me. I could very well be wrong about that. There's an old dispute about this, like what are these guys eating, and that's outlined in this book here, Peter Wellenhofer's Pterosaurs book. Here we go, I'll find that for you. When we get to the Asdarchids, it should be toward the back. These are some of the last of the pterosaurs. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Quetzalcoatlus and the other Asdarchids like this. Here's two different scenarios for how they would have made a living, potentially. So, caption says, feeding habits. Right. Quetzalcoatlus lived inland from the sea, perhaps therefore it was a carrion feeder, although its lack of teeth makes this seem improbable. Alternatively, it may have probed for shellfish in small ponds. This is back before we had a better idea of what these animals looked like. You see it with a much shorter bill right here, and a shorter neck. Nowadays, we know the proportions are much more like this. But it is kind of an issue, like, what in the world are these guys eating? We really don't know. And could they have been omnivorous? Probably not, Jody Fish. Just because, creatures that eat a lot of plants tend not to be very lightweight. You need a lot of plant material, since plants tend to be fairly low in calories compared to, animal matter. You need a lot more of it in order to be able to sustain yourself. And for an animal that would have had an active, high metabolism, critter that would have been actively flying, so it's going to require a lot of energy, plants are probably just not going to cut it. So yeah, I really doubt it. These guys have got such a small gut, too. When critters do go vegetarian, so to speak, they often evolve in a direction to have a bigger gut and a larger torso. We see this in critters like therizinosaurs. Yeah. Critters like Erlikosaurus and the other therizinosaurs. These guys evolved from, probably, fast, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. Kind of like Velociraptor. And then over time, they develop these great big guts like this. They become really rotund, kind of slow-moving, plodding, and that's because they're, we think, going from meat-eating ancestry to into plant-eating. So they're becoming more adapted for herbivory, which means a bigger gut. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Renan says, are there any flying herbivore species? There's one that I can think of off the top of my head. One truly herbivorous bird. Yeah. Here, take a look.
Along the waterways of the South American Amazon and Orinoco river basins are arboreal birds with
one of my favorite birds.
Veneer. Technically, it's currently understood that all living birds are the remaining descendants of avian dinosaurs, meaning all birds are dinosaurs.
Yep.
Some may just look more dinosaur-y than others.
And the Watson is one of those, yeah.
Like shoebills and cassowaries. But today's subject even comes with dino claws, at least as a baby. Hoatzins live in wetlands, swamps, and along forest rivers throughout northern and central South America.
They're so
mostly
cool.
active during the day, sticking close to the water's edge, but on bright moonlit nights they may venture slightly deeper into the woods in search of their unique food, which we'll be discussing later in this video. Generally, these birds don't travel much, even when they migrate during the dry season. If the area they normally live in dries up, they may move to a more permanently wet area, though they don't really travel further than a mile, so we're not even sure that counts as a migration. Hoatzins are so unique, scientists aren't even sure how to classify them, even with DNA. In the past,
So they are kind of their own branch over here, on the bird tree. Let's go to our tree of life, and Hoatzin. Yeah. And the mayor spaces aren't all seed eaters herbivorous, parrots and finches and cardinals and countless others. They'll also eat a lot of animal matter, if given the chance. Especially things like cardinals. Hoatzins are almost unique in being folivorous. Like, they eat leaves. And yeah, they are... Oh, here, that's interesting. They're next to the sand grouse? That's I think this is probably disputed. But look at this. 64.3 million years ago, Hoatzin diverge. This is 39.6 million years ago. There's a ton of time separating these guys if they are indeed their closest, or if they are indeed each other's closest living relatives. Anyway.
they've been said to be closely related to cuckoos, doves, and cranes, but ultimately the verdict is still out. Because of their enigmatic nature, Hoatzins belong to their own order, an order in which they are the sole living species. One unique Hoatzin attribute is their claws, though it's really more about how they use them and less about them actually having them. Technically, there are other living bird species, such as the Eurasian coots and some turrico species, which develop wing claws at some point in their life cycle. So Hoatzins aren't alone in having clawed wings. They are, however, the only birds known to science.
I want to say that there are chickens and turkeys known to develop claws on their wings as well. And I want to say maybe emus too. Although it's highly variable on an individual basis. Like, some individuals will have it and some won't. But yeah, these guys, not only do they have it, but they use it in their early in ontogeny.
That use their claws to climb. Hoatzins aren't really great at flying. Considering these birds are kind of like small turkeys in terms of size, weighing in at 800 grams in weight and more than 2 feet in length, Hoatzins similarly aren't the best at soaring through the air. They're more well designed for perching in trees and hopping along tree branches. Even Hoatzin babies may not learn to fly for weeks after leaving the nest. This is why they use their claws to climb. Hoatzins build their nests over water. If a predator such as a toucan, monkey, snake, or hawk comes in to attack a nest, the babies will make a break for the waves. They may not be able to fly, but
into the water.
They can fall and they can swim. Once the danger has passed, the Hoatzin chicks will make their way back up the tree using the claws found on approximately what would equate to their first and second fingers. There are usually 2 babies to a nest, and they often have quite a few caretakers.
And they're not really showing a lot of footage of the babies. They are really, really cool. Here we go.
Archaeopteryx.
And Hoatzin. Yeah, good stuff. Really, really cool. So they're super cool critters.
A breeding pair of Hoatzins are generally considered monogamous.
We haven't gotten to their diet yet. That's why I pulled this video up.
They try to seduce a female if her partner is away. They'll breed during the wet season and take turns incubating the eggs and feeding the chicks. But they'll also have some assistance. Their babies from previous years may stick around and help raise their younger siblings. In instances where helping siblings are present, the Hoatzin chicks generally leave the nest and begin flying faster. Though they may look like raptors ready to pounce on an unsuspecting creature, Hoatzins are actually vegetarians. Not only that, but they're almost exclusively folivores, meaning their diet consists mostly of leaves.
So when we talk about herbivory in animals, that doesn't just mean like eating anything that comes from a plant. There's I don't know. Herbivore generally means like folivorous. That's the impression that I have anyway, having spoken with a lot of biologists, ecologists, zoologists, paleontologists, spoken with colleagues about this kind of thing. When we say herbivorous, we usually mean like, yeah, eating leaves, branches, shoots, stuff like that. Eating seeds, there is another term for that. I forget what it is, but there's a specific term if you're like primarily a seed eater. And then if you're primarily a fruit eater, frugivore is the term that we use. Frugivorous is a fruit eating. But yeah, generally when we say herbivorous, we mean like eating the green parts of plants. And that's what Hoatzins actually do. It's extraordinarily rare. They're the only bird I can think of off the top of my head that does this. Because they're one of the very few birds, they might be the only bird I can think of that can actually process cellulose. So they have enzymes in their guts that can actually break down like the tough bits within foliage. You know, plant parts that would be extremely difficult for other animals to digest. It might just pass right through the system as roughage. These guys can actually break that down in their guts.
Sometimes Hoatzins will eat flowers and fruits, but most of what they eat are leaves. These leaves are digested in a way that's similar to a sheep or a cow. The leaves are broken down in the Hoatzin's digestive tract by symbiotic bacteria, and just like the ruminants they mimic, Hoatzins are gassy. In fact, the process can be so stinky, these birds are often described as smelling like dung. For more facts on Hoatzins, check out the links in the description.
So yeah, good stuff. Animal Fact Files, they do good work. Here's a link to that video right there in the chat for you. Yeah. And they are really pretty, Jazzy Cat. They are really pretty indeed. We actually encountered a Hoatzin statue at the San Francisco Zoo in the sculpture garden there. Let's see if I can find that. Great texture to it. Super, super cool. There we go.
Well, I think it was on their wings, but see this last time we've got an Archaeopteryx right here. So Hoatzins are well known for well, the juveniles have got claws on their wings. They use that for climbing up and around the branches. Those claws later kind of either resorb or drop.
Granivore, thank you, Terminator Vic. That's a seed eater.
Generally don't have claws on their wings, but the juveniles do, which is really cool.
And how many stomachs do birds have? They've got one butthole. You've probably heard that cows have 3 stomachs or 4 stomachs or 8 stomachs or whatever. That's not actually true. Cows have 1 stomach. It just has different chambers. It's not like that stomach actually duplicates during development or something like that. They don't actually have more than 1 stomach. It's just subdivided into different compartments.
Well, just like with Archaeopteryx, those claws on the wings. Watson is another one of my favorites.
And thank you, Hugin. I appreciate the 100 bits there.
Are there any other differences between Tyrannosaurus rex and Tarbosaurus besides geographical location?
Absolutely, Hugin. We'll get into that in a minute. Remind me. But there are distinct differences between Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus. We'll get to that. Yeah.
Really cool. Also, one of the very few herbivorous birds in the world. They are folivorous, so they almost feed entirely on leaves. And as a result, I think they have a reputation for being really smelly.
Yep. Anyway, this lovely model right here of this Hoatzin, I was able to photogrammetrize this.
Hoatzin? Very cool. Pistocomus, I think, is the genus name for these guys. Really, really cool. Oh, I love this. And then, I didn't even see this last time. We've got an Archaeopteryx right here.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans.
Displacer.
Because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Thank you, Displacer, for the 17 months of support. Now at Tier 2. I appreciate that very, very much. Excellent. Nerduino, good to see you too. How you doing? Here, I was able to photogrammetrize that Hoatzin. So take a bunch of photos of it with this app and then generate a 3D model, which is going to be printable. So at some point, if we'd like to, we could 3D print a Hoatzin. And then I've kind of held off on doing this so far because it's going to require a lot of painting. These are beautiful birds. And, yeah, their coloration is one of their biggest charms. And it's going to be tricky to paint. But Nerduino, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you. Thank you. Good stuff. And, here. Peace, love, John. The app is called Polycam. And it's free to use. At least there's like a free trial sort of thing with it. You can do a certain number of photogrammetric models for free. Thank you, Nerduino, for helping get that hype train kicked off. I'm really excited for our scientist panel on a Thursday. Really excited about that. So today's Tuesday. It is the day after tomorrow. Yeah. And I think I've already gotten my Scientist Secret Santa gift. I haven't opened it yet. Should I open it soon? Do we open it before the event or during? Yeah. Open them on stream. Okay, good. I'm glad I didn't open it yet. Yeah. I hope mine arrives in time. The one that I sent out. Games Addict, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Games Addict. Good stuff. And what is it about, says Dyson Dinosaur. This is going to be kind of in a way, almost a redux of our TwitchCon panel. Yeah, let me find that. And thank you, Bush Doctor. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. I started streaming on Twitch, and this has actually become my livelihood. This is actually how I make my living nowadays. So let's go to Nerduino here. Yeah.
Good. I also do video games. If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs. It's really. I think my streams are. I want to make sure we can get to all the questions.
Yeah, there's Moohoodles there. And there's Nerduino. If you're not following Nerduino, you are missing out.
But no, not as well, sadly. So my background is in astronomy. As I said at the beginning, I have a PhD in astronomy from the University of Illinois, and I have an undergrad and a master's in engineering from the University of Texas.
And Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that.
The honor of a fellow tabletop game master and paleo enthusiast, at Dyson Dinosaur Paleo Salute.
Oh, Dyson Dinosaur is not just a paleo enthusiast, he's a paleontologist. But yeah, I appreciate that very much, Tone Rebellion.
Next year.
And I hope there's a... Thank you for the 300 bits, Mizabet. I also hope there's a panel in person next year. We'll see. Thank you, Games Addict, for the additional 100 bits. Level 1 complete. Beautiful. Thank you.
I worked for NASA, the Jet Propulsion Lab, for about 10 years, from 2005 to 2000.
So, former NASA scientist, Nerduino.
I worked on some cool astronomy stuff. My research was in cosmology, so the cosmic microwave background, Big Bang, that kind of stuff. And now I stream on Twitch and try and get people jazzed about science, try and maybe encourage people to think critically about different things instead of just accepting what they're being told by various places. We we cover a bunch of live rocket launches, which is getting increasingly difficult because the launch cadence now is crazy. There's like a launch every day, so I can't. But we do like all the big NASA ones, some of the big SpaceX ones, super heavy, all that stuff.
Good stuff. Anyway, that's kind of similar to what we're going to be doing at the scientist panel on Thursday. And I think I'll be doing a normal stream and then we'll be raiding into that afterward. So it's going to be a long day for me, but it's going to be good. Yeah, we're going to be talking about why science outreach is so important, why Twitch is a good platform for this, and we'll be kind of talking to each other too about how I think we can do a better job of doing science outreach on this platform. And I just realized there is a collaborative document for this that I have not been contributing to. So let me make sure I've got that pulled up for later. There we go, change account. And... oh, I guess nobody else has been contributing to it either, so I don't feel as bad now. But what I'm going to do is make sure that I put this in my notes so that I look at it after stream and I contribute some questions. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And we'll be live on our own streams. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, that'll be really cool then. Nobody has contributed. Well, I'll make sure that I do that, Nerdoino. I've been trying to catch up on all these different emails and everything else. Things have been ridiculously busy lately. And I'm... oh, there we go. That should be almost done. 3D printing a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull right now. And a life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull. None of this juvenile stuff. None of this nano-Tyrannus stuff. This is going to be an adult Tyrannosaurus skull. It'll look like this when it's done. Well, it's apparently a scan of this specimen, which sold for an obscene amount of money at an auction, but mine's gonna look identical to this, and yeah, I'm printing this for the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Just a few miles south of where I live. It's gonna be awesome. Kids are gonna love it. And it'll be the centerpiece of a really cool display, so really happy about that. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And am I going to stream early on Thursday? I don't think so, Ms. Yvette. I'll probably be doing normal time, because I think the panel is going to be after my normal stream time is done anyway. So, yeah. And Displacer says, did you end up contacting anyone about the forgery Allosaurus? I wouldn't say forgery, but maybe misrepresented. But yes. Yeah. And thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, here we go. Oh boy. Yeah. So, 3 dinosaur skeletons were auctioned off at Christie's in London over the weekend. I put that in quotation marks because these are mostly not real bone. They're mostly sculpts, 3D prints, plaster, epoxy, etc. With a few real bones mixed into there. But they sold for about $16 million. And as we looked at yesterday on stream, the skull of this, the larger Allosaurus there, well, here, let me show you. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at... that's my 3D printed Allosaurus skull. You see it there? I'll show off on stream. That's the one that was auctioned off. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction. No, don't do it. Especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Yeah, so I've reached out to the artist who produced that like 3D model in the first place. You know, the person I got it from. And yeah, just, you know, wanted to let them know that that Allosaurus skull from the auction looks eerily similar. So we'll see what becomes of that. Anyhow. But yeah. And Thank you, Lukai. Something tells me your streams may be worthwhile. Could that be... could it be that 4 and 0? Thank you, Lukai, for your continued sustained loyal viewership. I appreciate that, Lukai. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I wonder if the Stego and Juvenile are also misrepresented. They are, Displacer. There's an article about this. Here. Right there. Whoop. Wyoming dinosaurs sold for $15. No, sorry, $15 million in Europe. But how legitimate are they? Good question. Very good question. Here is the article right here. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, there seems to be some misrepresentation going on. Yeah. Anywho. And hello to you, Dr. Irrefutable. Good to see you. And the Dogosaurus in the photo on the wall will also never go to auction. Agreed. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, yeah, so we'll see what comes of that saga there. But if you want to help spread the word about that, here's my post on Blue Sky about it. You can, yeah. Oh, which reminds me, we got to do our customary screenshot, like we do, to announce that we're live. So let me just do a simple one, and smile for the camera there. Hopefully that's a decent screenshot. We'll try it out.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Fluffy Deinonychus.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. It means a lot to me. Thank you. 400 DPI. There we go. That'll work. I'm happy with that. Get that cropped. And let's save it. There we go. New post. There's our image there. It's more paleontology Q&A on Twitch today. Jump into the chat and say hi if you're so inclined. Gigantic 3D printed with a much smaller Deinonychus skull and various scientific figures. On the wall behind. Alright, save. And,
hold on to your butts.
Post. Oh, I didn't put the link in there. Slash Paleontologizing. There we go. And what do you know? It works. There we go. There we go. All right, Paleoception here. All right, Paleoception here. Excellent. Anyway, here is a link. There you go. Yeah. And has Danny covered the discovery of Liu Long Wangai on stream? I have not, Deathsaurus. I have not. I don't think so, anyway. Maybe we did right when it came out. I think this may have been one of the ones that I was waiting on to get the paper for. Yeah, it looks like we might even have press releases about this soon. Excellent. We'll probably go over this in earnest tomorrow. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no press release about it at present. And you're the first person in chat who's asked about it. But yeah, Deathsaurus, let's go over that tomorrow. I think that'll be good. Especially if I can get hold of the paper now that it's out. Yeah, it's in PeerJ. Excellent. Good. I've been hearing rumors about this for a while, and it is open access. Not in a paywalled journal. Gotta love PeerJ. So we'll be going over that tomorrow. Yeah. And yeah, gorgeous skull in that sauropod, Dyson Dinosaur. I was hearing whispers about this at SVP. It was excellent. And yeah, Hugan, let me cover that right now. Excuse me, sweetie pie. Get rid of some of these tabs here. There we go. So Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus are both big, kind of T-Rexy looking Tyrannosaurs from the late Cretaceous, Northern Hemisphere. Both from Laurasia. Tyrannosaurus, of course, from North America. Tarbosaurus from Asia. Tarbosaurus, most of the fossils are a little bit older, but some of them might actually overlap in age with Tyrannosaurus. We're still kind of figuring that out, as I understand it. Yeah. The skull of Tarbosaurus is slightly more gracile than Tyrannosaurus too. There's slightly different morphology to it, but just looking at the animals side by side with like a fleshed out reconstruction like this, you could be excused for thinking that they're the same animal, you know? They are very, very similar. And there are some paleontologists who think that Tyrannosaurus may have evolved directly from Tarbosaurus. That Tarbosaurus might be the direct ancestor of T-Rex. We're still kind of figuring that out. Oh, and excellent. The 3D printer is done. We'll go over there in a couple of minutes, and we'll grab that off the printer and start some new files. But yeah. Here we go. The two animals are distinctly different in the morphologies of their skulls. So Tyrannosaurus has got a slightly more robust skull, tends to be chunkier. And then there's a lot of very, very subtle differences in the cranial osteology. Here we go. Riley Black has probably got a pretty decent article about this right here. line drawings of Tarbosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, showing the differences in the skulls. Not only is the skull of Tarbosaurus more slender from front to back, so right here in cross-section, like from a dorsal view like this, Tarbosaurus has got a much narrower skull than Tyrannosaurus. But the lacrimal in light gray, that's right here, it's got a much more domed shape than in Tyrannosaurus. It's almost like a concave kind of shape here like this. And this is convex over the top of the lacrimal. So, yeah, if you want info about that, there you go.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. And Deathsaurus says, Tom Holt says the line art for that skull is too narrow. It might be, yeah. Yeah. If anybody would know, it would probably be Tom Holtz. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Deathsaurus says, might be as big as T-Rex. Some unstudied specimens are still in Moscow and Mongolian museums. Yeah. A lot of this stuff is not published on. There are so many specimens of Tarbosaurus, by the way. It is one of the more common dinosaurs in the world, I would say. When we did our stream on Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska, we talked a little bit about this. There. If anybody's here for the very first time, yeah, very excited about this. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Scads. The age of death. Yeah. Anywho, we did a whole special stream about this past spring. I missed something. Celebrating the life and work of Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska. Thank you for reposting what Rhacodactylus says. Pioneering Polish paleontologist. She was a legend in the annals of vertebrate paleontology. And thank you, Sloppy Salamander, for those 200 bits, and congratulations. There we go. To Rhacodactylus now. Let's see here. But yeah, she and her crew dug up so many Tarbosaurus specimens. It's truly impressive. They're just all over the place out there at the sites that they discovered in Mongolia in the 1960s and 70s. Here, sweetie pie, I'm gonna need you to move. Sorry. Watch out. There we go. But yeah. Here's an excellent book translated from Polish, Hunting for Dinosaurs by Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska. And there's a lot of talk about the mammals that they dug up. But yeah, there's a Tarbosaurus lower jaw right there. And there are numerous Tarbosaurus specimens that they excavated. It's pretty impressive, actually. And there are many more out there. Tarbosaurus is probably one of the most smuggled dinosaurs in the world, unfortunately. Because like Tyrannosaurus, it's also, you know, a big Tyrannosaur. It's, there's a lot of commercial appeal to this critter. For better or for worse. Often for worse. But yeah. So there is a specimen in beautiful epistotonic posture. That's in the field. And then back in the museum. Really lovely. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says around that time there's another large tyrannosaur from China called Zhusheng Tyrannus. Yeah, and the relationships of these tyrannosaurs, they're disputed. So Zhusheng Tyrannus and Tarbosaurus might be more closely related than separate genus names would imply. There is a chance that they could be ontogomorphs, it could be chronomorphs, like, you know, there's a chance that one evolved in the other. They could be separate species or separate genera. Yeah. And likewise, in trying to figure out where T-Rex came from, like I said earlier, there's some paleontologists who think that it evolved directly from Tarbosaurus. That when you've got this big land bridge between Asia and North America. Yeah, around this time. There we go. At the end of the Age of Dinosaurs, you've got this land bridge that connects North America and Asia. And so sea levels rise and fall, and the land bridge connects up, and then it separates, and yeah, at various times critters can move across. We're still figuring out a lot of these details. But one idea for the origin of T-Rex is that Tarbosaurus walked across the land bridge from Asia, came into North America, and then just drove the endemic Tyrannosaurus into extinction at that time. Just kicked them out. And that's certainly possible. But there's another idea that Tyrannosaurus didn't evolve directly from Tarbosaurus, but from Daspletosaurus instead, who was here in North America before T-Rex. And so my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, is a proponent of this idea. And he's cited some of the fossil finds that his crew has made over the past decade to help bolster this argument. So the idea is that you've got multiple species of Daspletosaurus over time. Daspletosaurus turosus, like 2 medicine formation age, around the same time as Maiasaura, evolving into Daspletosaurus wilsoni, and then into Daspletosaurus horneri, and then eventually into Tyrannosaurus. So an ancestor-descendant relationship between different species of Daspletosaurus and then into Tyrannosaurus. We don't really have enough fossils at this point to really say with strong confidence that this is definitely what happened, but it's a really intriguing idea, and I think it's important to consider hypotheses like anagenesis for stuff like this. It's exciting that we can even start to do that the fossils are starting to be studied in such a way where we've got really, really strong stratigraphic signals. Meaning, like, we know exactly when in time these things are from, and we could start lining them up and seeing if they tell a story. And that just, we have enough specimens nowadays that, that we could potentially see a gradual transition if one exists. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. And Toner Billion says, so Daspletosaurus and Tyrannosaurus would be like chronogenera? Yes. Yeah.
Rampaging in
That's
an
the idea.
world. Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc
Octavius King, hello, hello.
will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they
Welcome, welcome. Back to Paleontologizing. Octi, I hope you had a wonderful stream.
Octavius_King and their 60 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Thank you, Octavius King. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you and the rats are all doing well. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Sorry, there's a big cat in the way, but it's one of my landlords. There's not much I can do. It's good to have you here, everybody. If it's anyone's very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So I'm answering some questions about fossil science right now. We're talking about Tyrannosaur evolution at present. The relationships between dinosaurs like Daspletosaurus and Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus. And then in a minute, we're going to get back to 3D printing a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull, which is probably going to take several months. But we're hard at work on it. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. And if anybody who was here before the raid is not yet following Octavius King, ask yourself, do I love rats? Do I love the mischief that rats get up to? Do I love all kinds of little fuzzy mammals and the chaos that ensues when they're allowed to just roam freely about the house on stream? If you answered yes to any or all of those questions, you need to be following Octavius King. Thank you again for the raid, Octi. I really appreciate it, and I hope all the rats are happy and healthy and have a good time. Yeah. So yeah. Eagle V says you had me at rats. There we go. Yeah. Everybody loves rats. Yeah. 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 Uh, a true conundrum. That's one of my favorite lines. Anyway, Octavius King, jokes aside, I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for bringing everybody in here. And yeah, we're gonna go work on that 3D print. And a life-size T-Rex skull of what age? An adult Tyrannosaurus now, yes. Because I already have a very small juvenile, might even say a baby, and a subadult, if indeed the Cleveland skull is a subadult Tyrannosaurus and not Nanotyrannus. This is currently disputed. There's a lot of controversy about this. But yeah, is this an immature Tyrannosaurus? Or is this a different dinosaur called Nanotyrannus? The controversy continues to rage. Anywho, but we are going to go snag some of those things off the 3D printer there. So let's go do that. Okay. So just a couple of really small pieces right now. But, yeah. We're going to get another one started in just a minute here. And I'll show you how that works. So we've got a whole bunch of different files here. And it should be part 6 now. That we will be... Oh. Okay, that is super, super small. We can do that. We can certainly print that one. But let's get another file going here. Part 7, and we'll see what that looks like. Okay, excellent. I want to go like that. Excellent. Now hopefully, if we turn Brim off here, we'll be able to slice it without any of the printer parts going off the edge. Let's see. Oh, nope, not quite. So what I need to do is just scooch it to the right over there. And if that doesn't work, we'll try rotating it. Nope, it doesn't work. Tight tolerances on this one. And Dashir Fernandez says, "You ever played the video game The Isle?" I have not. Gotta be honest, I rarely ever play video games. In fact, I think it's been like a couple years since I've played a game at all, let alone on stream. But I will be playing a game live on stream on Friday on iOS's channel. So tune in for that. It should be a ton of fun. Yeah. And what is with that? That's not good. This file, like, needs to be repaired. Here, we're gonna do fix through the NetFab online service. Yeah. We have a question about Saurophaganax along the lines of the Tyrannosaur discussion. Vixen's Cupcake. Oh, thank you for your question. What do you think about Saurophaganax? Many paleontologists consider it to be a junior synonym of Allosaurus maximus. Just curious. It's my favorite dinosaur. So, Saurophaganax and Allosaurus maximus are the same dinosaur. Those are two names for the same critter. There are some people who think that that they should be the same genus. So Saurophaganax maximus is a really, really big allosaur from pretty much the latest Jurassic, places like Oklahoma. There have been referred specimens, I think, from Colorado, maybe Wyoming too. Yeah, it's a really big allosaur. Saurophaganax maximus was a name given to it back in, what was it, like the 90s? I think Dan Chury named it. And some paleontologists go, no, that should be within the genus Allosaurus. So rather than saying Saurophaganax maximus, they call it Allosaurus maximus. However, there is a talk at SVP at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of October that I was able to attend. And in this, they realized that some of the original bones used to describe Saurophaganax appear to be sauropod bones. So part of what's supposed to make Saurophaganax distinct from Allosaurus, according to some people, the bones that they use to make that case might be sauropod bones. So it might be what we call a chimera. So like multiple animals kind of mixed together in order to make a new critter, done by mistake. So anyway, that team is still working on it. They do have some other bones that they think are for sure allosaur bones, like from an allosaurid, that family, that are part of the original Saurophaganax material. But it could turn out that
Let's check them out.
Spawakes Beton and their 5 raiders are here to check him out too.
Spawakes Beton, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, so Saurophaganax might be kind of up in the air. It might turn out to not be. It might just be like a super-sized Allosaurus, and the parts that were thought to make it unique might actually belong to other dinosaurs. There might be a mistake there. So we're figuring that out, you know? But yeah. I hope that answers your question there. But yeah. Spawax Beton, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are getting ready to start 3D printing more of a full-size Tyrannosaurus skull. The lower jaw is what we're working on today. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get this file to work here. And it's proving to be a little bit tricky. So, cross your fingers. We can make this work. I might have to do some other tilting and stuff here in order to get this thing to fit on the print bed. Oh, Could we be so lucky? Is this going to work right here? No, not quite. Shoot. So see how some of this is off of the print bed right there? Like we're off the edge, and it can't be like that. So what I can do... Let's take this, and let's tilt it a little bit that way. And we'll see if that improves things at all. It might have just made everything worse. Shoot. Yeah. If I do it like this, it's going to be too tall, right? Yeah. So it's kind of got to be like this. No, rather like this. Give that a shot. Yeah. And Gremlin PL says, "Hey Ross, my name's Danny, but welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And can you slice it in two? I can, but I want to avoid that as much as possible." Oh boy. And yeah, so this... The file itself is also... it's got some errors in it. This is not the most well-rendered file. So again, let's try and... There we go. Fix through NetFab service. I had another file that printed improperly earlier, which is why I had to print this little thing. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But yeah. Yeah. We're gonna need a bigger printer or a bigger joke, says Wombat Hole. We very well might. Yeah. Alright, let's try and slice it like that. And see if that at least got rid of that wonkiness there. Yeah, so the issue is it's putting these supports over here, and those are taking us off the edge. Here. Yeah. And can you melt prints down to turn them back into goo or filament? No, because it really messes with the like strength of the filament. Oh, and we're so close right there. We're so close. I think just a tiny little bit of extra tweaking, and we might have it. In fact, go to here. So position there. 34.8. Let's try that. That might do it. Cross your fingers. Nope. Didn't like that. Right off the bat, it's like, nope. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Three, 9. 2, 9. Okay. 1. This might just end up being a tiny, tiny, tiny bit too big for the printer. Yeah. If it didn't have to do this circle all the way around, circle, not a true circle, but you know, this loop around it like that, we'd be golden. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna just shave off a tiny bit of the top right there. Right here, and that might give us just enough play. Keep lower part where it'll work. Because that part likes to protrude out the side. We'll see if that does anything. Alright, come on now. Oh, not quite. It's like a 1/4 millimeter off. But I also just realized that's not even the part that protrudes the furthest. It's this bit at the top. So what I'm going to do is we're going to undo that part that we did there. Yeah, we're going to undo that cut. It's this part over here that's of concern to us. So I'm just going to go like that. Keep lower part. And that might do it. Cross your fingers. I can always fill that part in later with some water putty or something. That is an acceptable sacrifice, for sure. Not quite. Forget it. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a different part. Let's see. And we'll give that a shot. See if this one's any easier. Already it's saying that this one is too big. There we go. That'll work like that. Probably have a not super pretty amount of supports on there, but that's okay. On that side. And then I'm also going to import part number 6. And we'll get that one printed on the same build plate. Excellent. Alright, it's slicing, and that'll work. Excellent. Our estimated time is 10 hours, 12 minutes. Excellent. Let's go ahead and get that exported to our SD card here. Alright. And let's go get it plugged in. Okay. Excellent. And then we might as well start assembling some of our other pieces, too, while we're at it. Let me grab those and, you know what? I completely forgot to sand them. I guess I can do that live.
Glue
and I'll just do some vacuuming afterward. But yeah. Yeah. Today was a little bit crazy trying to get ready for stream, so... Yeah. Anyway. Let me show you the pieces that I have so far. Again, we are... working on 3D printing this. A life-sized Tyrannosaurus skull. Unfortunately, this is a commercial specimen, nicknamed Maximus. Yeah. And I guess there's a video about that here. Another T-Rex bites the dust. Oh boy.
The raping and pillaging of the natural world continues yet again, as we see yet another specimen of our natural history being sold off to who knows who and off to who knows where. Yup.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. The nice thing is, this is going to end up in a museum. I know it's a replica, but this model, once I finish it, is going to end up in the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California, in the South Bay area, and thousands of school kids and other visitors are just going to love it. And it's going to be the centerpiece of a really cool, really informative exhibit, so I'm excited about that. Let's get those pieces and let's start putting them together. Pieces that we have printed. There we go. Am I cutting that? There we are. Excellent. So, we're working on the lower jaw, the, like, you know, articular, syringular, these bones from the back of the skull. So something that I think not enough people are aware of is that the skull is not one bone. There's many bones that make up a skull. Whether this is my skull or your skull. Here's a human skull with all of its component bones. Like that. There's a lot of different bones that make up a human skull. And they are the same bones that make up a dinosaur skull. Because you go back far enough and we share a common ancestor where we both inherited these different bones from. And human skulls are really weird in that we've fused a lot of these bones together. A lot of them are really difficult to find. I say this as a dinosaur person. I'm much more familiar with the arrangement of a dinosaur skull than I am a human skull. But yeah. Yeah. What a mind-blowing animation, says Charlie's Dragon. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Yeah. How did the children end up with a museum? A good question, Wombat Hole. It was... Well, children don't run the museum. And it only belongs to them in spirit. But anywho, a Tyrannosaurus skull has got a bunch of different bones. And see where number 5 is there on the back of the lower jaw? That's part of what we're working on. So the articular, the syringular, the angular, these are bones from the back of the lower jaw. Mammals don't have these bones in their lower jaw anymore. They've been shunted up into the inner ear, but that's a story for another time. Anyway, that's what we're working on here. Let me grab some sanding sticks, and I'll do just a little bit of sanding on some of the smooth surfaces here, so the glue sticks really well, doesn't come apart. And, yeah. I'll also grab a face mask for myself, so I'm not inhaling all kinds of plastic dust. right, here we go. Microplastics are not what's for dinner. There you go, Salamander. Yeah. Yeah. So, let's start roughing up these surfaces for better adhesion. A rougher surface will be easier for the glue to stick to. And that'll make for a much stronger bond so the jaw won't fall apart. And luckily, there's also holes in here for little dowels or pegs that'll also add some strength and make it harder to pull this thing apart. It'll be much harder to torque it if those are there help and hold things together. All right. That's looking pretty okay. About sufficiently scuffed. And pieces that go onto this are... Where were they? Where did I put that? It's over there. It's over there. It does go there though, although it's not quite right. Let me think about this. That's it right there. Okay. So this piece goes on right here. So this is our articular, and like the name would say, like the name implies, the articular articulates with some of the bones in the skull. What I'm gonna have to do is scuff this up here too. There it is. That surface there. This surface is already a little bit rougher. It wasn't in contact with the bed plate. So it's not going to have that glassy smoothness to it, which makes my job easier here. Don't have to rough it up that much. It's going to go right on here like this. There we are. Nice. Now, I think it might be part 3 I'm looking for. Here we go. It's also going to fit on like that. So I got to make sure that these surfaces are also sufficiently scuffed. Pull those dowels out. And we'll put it back in when we do final assembly. DMT Lake, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Alright. Okay. Make sure I have this right. That goes there. And this goes there. So it's this surface and these surfaces. Alright. fun seeing it come together. Thanks, Casey. Yeah. All right, excellent. And now this part right here. Make it a little bit more scuffed, and then we're try that out. Good. We got one surface left. Let's start gluing. This surface right here. All right. Good enough. Let's do it. Dust off the surfaces. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, look at that Edmontosaurus. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty okay. I might ask you a question about that later, Dyson Dinosaur, because I think the teeth might be backwards in it. Just like the artist who put that together may have goofed up a bit, and I'd like to get your opinion. But let's do this first. So, I'm going to be sticking these together like this. I'm going to put some dowels in between too. Yeah. Pesky art. I mean, you'll see Casey Snow Art. You'll see. Yeah. Casey says, I don't often get to watch the 3D assemblage process, so this is very interesting to me. Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna go on there just like that. Let's get some glue. There we go. And I'll grab a paper towel just to be safe too. And DMT Lake says, I'm a geologizer, but I love finding and collecting fossils. I was stoked to find this channel. Welcome, DMT Lake. I do a fair bit of geology myself, but fossils are what I'm after. Geology is kind of a means to an end in that regard for me. But yeah, welcome. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the literature, and they're what I do science outreach on here. So, grab those pliers. Yeah. What kind of geology do you do? DMT Lake? You, igneous, sedimentary, metamorphic, all the above? Let me know. It's good to have you here. Are you aware of, we've got at least 2 other professional geologists on Twitch. We've got Volcano Doc, who does igneous stuff, as her name would imply. She's actually a professor of geology. And then Rocket Sage is a geologist, and she teaches geology as well. think she might be an adjunct professor. But yeah. So there's definitely a few Earth scientists here on this platform, which is pretty neat. Oh, and Geo Jim, yeah. And we got Geo Jim, who also teaches geology. He is a real-life geologist, too. Yep. All right. There we go. So right now I'm taking some Gorilla Glue and putting it on here. Just kind of a gap filler kind of a deal. The Gorilla Glue isn't really what's going to hold everything in place, at least not at the beginning. That burden is taken up by the super glue, the cyanoacrylate that I have right here. Yeah. There we go. I need to get some more of this soon. And I'm also going to snip the lid off of that with some snips. Yeah. There we go. That'll do it. Come on now. Maybe not. There we go. And just a drizzling of cyanoacrylate there. That should do it. Now before that glue sets, I gotta get this to line up with all of those dowels. Haha. It's easier than I thought it would be. Excellent. There we go. That is going to be a really strong bond. I'm really happy with that. One of the things that I was a little bit concerned about with this model is how do I get it from falling apart after it's been glued? But the fact that there are dowels in there should help a lot, I think. Yeah. Excellent. So, we will take that, and we will attach it here to complete our articular bone. I hope the 3D print building is going well. It is, Confused Echidna. It is indeed. Yeah, there will be many, many such assembly sessions like this on stream over the next few months, because this is a big chunkin' skull. This is a real beast. So, hopefully you don't get tired of it by the end. Hopefully it's exciting each time as we put together more and more of this life-sized adult Tyrannosaurus skull. Yeah. Alright, let's put some of those dowels in there. Got some there. Okay. I think. Yeah, okay, it's 5 full. Excellent. This is going to go right on there, like so. To seal the deal, super glue. Alright, put all the dowel holes, and now that interior surface there. There we go. Moment of truth. Alright, there's one dowel. 2. And there's the rest. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. This is superb. Oh, man. We're off to a good start here. We're off to a very good start. So, this part right here is the articular bone. Our articular bone doesn't do that anymore as mammals. We could talk about why. But, this is enormously robust. That is crazy. I mean, compare that with how a human lower jaw articulates onto the skull. I could show you. So this, ladies and gents and everybody else, is a 3D print of a human skull. We also have got a joint connecting our lower jaw to the upper jaw there. And here, this is going to be slightly obscured because there's a plastic peg right here that fits into that hole. You see those holes right there? See those? So this is supposed to fit into there like that. Pretend that that plastic peg weren't there. Just look at the diameter, the diameter of that in between my thumb and index finger, you know? It's like this, basically. That is the articular surface of the mandible on a human skull. It's about that wide. Compare that to this. It is, that's a pretty sizable articulation surface there for that lower jaw. And it's moving on here like a hinge. That's really something. I know, right, Mr. Vet? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? You better not try and lick any of that glue. We'll give her some treats in a minute here, but I was gonna say, this was a piece that I was printing earlier, and I printed it slightly too big. So the file that I was using had some errors in it, which meant that this part, you know, it should have printed with this on top, and it didn't. Instead, it was just all, like, garbled noise, and so I had to remove that. And I was trying to print a replacement part after repairing the file, and this one that I printed was slightly too big. Mini Pie, you were incorrigible. Here we go. So it's just slightly too slightly too tall, so that means that there's parts that are hanging off of it right here, and I can't have that. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take some measurements, try and recreate that file properly this time, and then we'll set it printing. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Yeah, you get these off the desk so you don't try and eat them. Take them for treats or something. Here. Why don't you take a look at this? What's that, Mini Pie? That looks festive, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's get you some treats. Yeah. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at all those. Those are all for you. Well, I don't know if you're going to eat all of them, so I'm just going to take these. Make sure you eat the dental treats. Yeah. All right, good stuff. Clear off my desk for now. And there you go, Reed Kenwife. Yes, indeed. Yeah, making sure my landlords are appeased. Good stuff. Good stuff. What do you think? Is that enough? Is that good enough? You happy now? Nope. Yeah. It does feel a little strange having a human skull here in my office, but we've got skulls of some of the other kinds of critters that I figured it'd be good to print one of these for reference. So yeah. One of the most common large vertebrates on our planet today is this good old Homo sapiens. So yeah. Anyway. Oh, Yorick. That's a bit odd, yes, says Reed Kenwife. You know what it reminds me of? Reminds me of this old image. How big can we find this? That might be as big as it gets. I apologize for like a weird and kind of disturbing image, but it's classic. It reminds me of this, where apart from what's going on here, this is what's his name from Trailer Park Boys, right? Julian. Yeah, just like a random skull here on the wall, a gun, some cards, a handprint. Are those nunchucks hanging off of the doorknob? Anyway, you know, I aspire to have a living space like that, you know? Yeah. Anyway, my former roommate, his dad was actually the model for the painter for Jesus right there. So like Jesus right here is Jacob Gardner's dad, apparently. Anyway. Yeah. That was all over my social media a few years ago, says Terminator Pig. Oh yeah, mine too. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see if we can make that file real quick. And then I can set that printing. Looks like this print is going okay so far. Excellent. Let's open that up. I think that was part number 3, was it? There we go. I'm pretty sure it was. Let me double check. Got that right here, right? Yep, that's it. So, what I'm going to do, since the top of this didn't print properly, I'm going to measure this part right here. And then measure my first attempt at doing this and make it a little bit smaller than this. So we'll just put that on there and it'll actually fit. Because right now it's too tall. So, from top to bottom here, I'm getting 11.55 centimeters. If I had a better set of calipers, I could measure that super exactly. And then looking at this, I'm getting, what, 3.1, 3.15? So, what I'm going to do here is use our cut tool like this, and this will actually show right here the measurement. So it was what, 11.55? Let me measure that again just to be sure. Measure twice, cut once, as the old adage goes. 11.55 centimeters. So that's going to be 115.5 on here. 15.07. So we actually want it 116.79. That might do it. In fact, just to be safe, let's bring it all the way up to 118 there. I can always fill in what's not needed. There, and let's just keep upper part there. There we go. And on here, the one that I printed that was too tall is just shy of 4 centimeters. And this one is 33.27. It's a little bit too short, so we're going to undo that. That's good enough. Stand that on end like this. Slice it. What? That was strange. Here. Let's make sure we repair that through NetFab real quick, just so we don't get another weird error like that. And slice. 2 hours, 4 minutes. That sounds about right. Let's go grab the SD card and warm up the printer there. All right. And export file. Okay, exported. Let's go plug it in. All right, excellent. And I was able to replace the filament, the spool, on the near printer there before it ran out. So things are going well. Things are good. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your patience, everybody. You know, printing a life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull is going to be a ton of work. So you're going to be seeing more of this in the days and weeks and months to come. But we're well on our way. We've got a decent chunk of the lower jaw already completed. And it's got these big holes in it right here. We see this in other Tyrannosaurus specimens too. They of course claimed that this was, you know, evidence of a fight between two different T-Rex. But no, this is probably a degenerative bone disease. The same sort of thing that certain kind of birds get. Certain kinds of birds get, excuse me. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So what caused the holes in Sue the T-Rex's jaw? Probably not an infection. Interesting. And there's Jingmei O'Connor there next to T-Rex. We saw her on stream yesterday in a video. So the hole in Sue's jaw have been a mystery for decades, says Jingmei O'Connor, Associate Curator of Fossil Reptiles at Chicago's Field Museum and co-author of the study. And shoot, I gotta go check on this real quick, actually. So, here, give me a second. Let me see if I can have this read for you.
On Wednesday, December 18th, 2020,
here we go.
Holes in Sue's jaw have been a mystery for decades, says Jingmei O'Connor, the Associate Curator of Fossil Reptiles at Chicago's Field Museum and a co-author of the study. Nobody knows how they formed, and there have been lots of guesses. One early hypothesis was that Sue suffered from a fungus-like bacterial infection, but that was later shown to be unlikely. It was rehypothesized that Sue had a protozoan infection. Protozoans are microbes with more complex cell structures than bacteria.
There we go.
There are lots of protozoan-caused maladies out there. One common such disease is
called trichomoniasis, caused by the microbe called Trichomonas vaginalis. Humans can get infected with trichomoniasis as an STD, but other animals can catch it too. Trichomoniasis is found in birds, and there's a falcon species with damage to its jaw, so some paleontologists thought that a Trichomonas-like protozoan might have caused similar damage to Sue, says O'Connor. So for this study, we wanted to compare the damage in Sue's jaw with the Trichomonas damage in other animals to see if the hypothesis fit. Bruce Rothschild, a medical doctor whose application of scientific medical approaches to paleontology earned him a role as a research associate at the Carnegie Museum, enlisted O'Connor's assistance in analyzing Sue's injuries. In March of 2021, O'Connor took high-resolution photos of the hole in Sue's jaw, and the researchers analyzed them for signs of bone regrowth. This is the first time I've worked on a T-Rex. I usually work on smaller fossil birds, and I have to admit, I was pretty excited, says O'Connor. It is really an incredible animal. The researchers compared the holes in Sue's jaw to healed breaks and other fossil skeletons. In collaboration with the Field Museum bioarchaeologist Stacy Drake and her co-author anthropologist Marcia Cecilia Lozada from the University of Chicago, Jingmei O'Connor and Rothschild also examined healed bones around trepanation holes made in skulls by Inca surgeons and healers in ancient Peru. We found that Sue's injuries were consistent with those other examples of bone injury and healing. There are similar little spurs of bone reforming, says O'Connor. Whatever caused these holes didn't kill Sue, and the animal survived long enough for the bones to begin repairing themselves. So they're consistent with mechanical damage? Huh. O'Connor then worked with Field Museum Assistant Collections Manager of Birds Mary Hennon to find a bird skeleton in the field's collections with a history of trichomoniasis. She found me one, and you don't see jaw holes, says O'Connor. You do see signs of infection, and they are in the back of the throat, but there aren't holes bored through the jaw like we see in Sue. A Trichomonas, or a similar protozoan, doesn't seem to fit. Interesting. So what did cause these holes, if not an infection? We still don't know. My co-author Bruce Rothschild thinks that they're bite or likely claw marks, but I don't think that makes sense, says O'Connor. The holes are only found in the back of the jaw. So if they are bite marks, why are there not also holes at the front of the jaw? You don't see a row of holes or indentations like you see from a row of teeth, even a row where the teeth are of different heights. They're just at random all over the place. So this reminds me of you would find sometimes you find these ammonites with these rows of holes on them like this, and they seem to match up with the tooth positions of a mosasaur. So the idea is mosasaurs may have been biting down on these ammonites like this and leaving those telltale V-shaped rows of holes. But that's not what we see with the Tyrannosaurus lower jaws like this, you know? They're just kind of like randomly placed, and this is in multiple Tyrannosaurus specimens. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Here's an article if you want to read more about it. Could be a courtship thing? Who knows? But I thought that, I guess that's the last I'd heard of it was from a few years prior to this, when it was thought that it was a protozoan. This is from September of 2022. Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I court too, Salamander. Oh boy. Yeah. But yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says Tyrannosaurid healing bite marks are all over Tyrannosaurid lower jaw and upper jaws. There's a nice paper by Brown et al. In 2023. I think I remember that, yeah. Were they looking at Daspletosaurus or Gorgosaurus too? Yeah. Oh, this is different. Okay. Head-biting behavior in theropod dinosaurs. Paleopathological evidence. Yeah. Let's see. There's the actual paper. Unfortunately, in the Journal of Cretaceous Research. Which is not open access. That's a paywall journal there. But yeah, said Brown et al. 2023. Anyway, but yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, but the bite marks in Tyrannosaurids are not as localized and open as the one in Tyrannosaurus, the rear of the jaw. So maybe it's a disease that went extinct along with T-Rex itself. Could be. It's hard to say. I'm not, as a paleopathologist yourself, Dyson Dinosaur, you would know much better than I would about this. But yeah, it's 2022. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Holes of unknown origin found in Tyrannosaurus rex's jawbone. I presume this is a press release about... Oh! No, this is just the same thing that we were reading. Interesting. Huh. Oh boy. Save preferences. Okay. Turn to previous page. Goodness. Tyrannosaurs competed by biting each other's faces. This might be... Yep, Dr. Caleb Brown studies an Albertosaurus jaw. Here we go. Here's at least a press release about this. Hopefully it links to an actual paper. Gouges on the skulls of sexually mature Tyrannosaurs suggest the dinosaurs attempted to bite each other's faces and lower jaws. The paper, published in Paleobiology, suggests that these behaviors reflect those of some of their closest living relatives, crocs and gators, and may provide further behavior as of the further clues as to the behavior of the extinct reptiles. A team of Canadian researchers from the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology, that's in Drumheller, Alberta, and the University of Alberta also found that the marks were mostly inflicted between what are likely to have been males by those who are at or near the age of sexual maturity. Paul Barrett says this adds a great new insight to the evolution of bird behavior by tracking changes among their close dinosaur relatives. The team shows convincingly that while earlier evolving meat-eating dinosaurs still had crocodile-like behavior when fighting each other, this disappears when feathers evolve, which allowed display to take over from biting, as occurs in living birds. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Huh. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not just here reading this to myself while everybody in chat languishes, move on to something else, but I'm going to be looking into this some more off stream, reading more about this, and yeah, this could potentially be a neat story to tell when this goes on exhibit at the museum. We could have some cool informational placards about it, or I could include that in some of the like behind the scenes training for docents. Yeah, because when you're giving a tour to a group of visitors, you want to have interesting things to say, not just be reading off of the placards in the museum. So this could fit in with some of that programming. Yeah. Anyhow. Addicted to Capping Games says, were bacteria in dinosaurs' mouths much of a problem, considering how often they ate right after a kill? Is there any evidence of them eating rotten carcasses that had bacteria? I mean, everything's got bacteria on it. Bacteria are ubiquitous. But I don't know if that was... if we have any evidence of that ever being a problem. The nearest thing I can think of would be, some of the proposed explanations for the Cleveland Lloyd dinosaur quarry in Utah. There's an old sign. I wish they still had that. This is now Jurassic National Monument, but this is a place where you've got a ton of meat-eating dinosaurs all preserved in the same spot. There's a few plant eaters sprinkled in here and there too. Stegosaurus, Camarasaurus, Barosaurus. But it's crazy the number of meat-eating dinosaur bones, most of them Allosaurus. Here we go. So I can find you this figure here. This is really cool because these are color-coded. There's the map of bones uncovered at Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry. Red is Stegosaurus. Blue is Camptosaurus. Camarasaurus and Barosaurus are sauropods, are there in yellow. Green is meat-eating dinosaur bones. And meat-eating dinosaur fossils, the fossils of theropods, are usually pretty rare. You don't find a whole lot of them. They're usually much, much more rare than the bones of plant-eating dinosaurs, but here, they're just everywhere. All of these theropod dinosaur bones, the vast majority of the bones found by number are theropod bones. So what's drawing all of these meat-eating dinosaurs to this spot? There's an old idea that, here. Let's see, trying to find you a good clip here. Here's some of those big sauropods. Here, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and I'll be right back. The idea that this is essentially what we call a predator trap. You could probably better characterize it as a scavenger trap, but kind of like the La Brea tar pits. That's the idea. Yeah, you get the idea. That's one of the proposed explanations for Cleveland Lloyd. Another one, why you would have so many meat-eating dinosaurs all in one spot. Another idea is that that it was a predator trap of a different sort. Not animals getting stuck in the mud, but maybe poisoned water. Could be like botulism, just out-of-control bacterial growth that would have... Oh, hang on. Creatrix Brit, thank you for the 32 months of support. I appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 32 months, Brit. I appreciate you. I hope things are going well for you. It's good to see you. There's another idea that maybe having a pool of water that would attract different animals to it who would die from the botulism would then attract further scavengers, like all these Allosaurus and other predatory dinosaurs that would feed on the carcasses, and then they would die, and then their carcasses would attract more and more and more meat-eating dinosaurs. But I think recent research at Cleveland Lloyd seems to imply that this is not necessarily the spot where these animals even died. Their carcasses may have been washed in from elsewhere. So I kind of wonder whether this is just like a spot that would, animals would come back year after year. This might be a site fidelity kind of thing. And then when animals die on the floodplain nearby, their bones were carried away by seasonal floods and deposited in the same spot year after year. Maybe this is like a nest site upstream. And a nest site favored by Allosaurus and by maybe a few other meat-eating dinosaurs nearby too. Maybe they're just really, really favorable conditions for building nests. And that might also explain the presence of an egg at Cleveland Lloyd. Because there was an egg that was found there, just a random dinosaur egg. Found in September 1987. Like, what? if it really were a mud pit or a botulism factory or something like that, why would you have a random egg there? You know? So I don't know. I kind of wonder whether there's just a nesting site just upstream from here. Animals are returning to it year after year. Occasionally some of them die. And then this is just a really good spot for the bones to get washed into and preserved. Yeah, that's my hypothesis for it. Poor egg got caught while walking around. There you go, Axeman. Yeah. A recurrent migratory accident. It could be, Golganek, because there are a lot of dinosaurs today. That have that kind of site fidelity. Let's see, it might be this one or it might be that one. So 3. I bet you it's this one.
Length of an adult myosaur. So it appears that the colonies were relatively dense, very much like some bird colonies where the distance between nests is equivalent to the body length of the animal.
On a windswept Montana bluff,
we do have evidence that dinosaurs like Maiasaur return to the same nest sites year after year.
Here, hugging the ground, Horner can begin to deduce what these remains of eggshells and hatchlings really tell us.
In order to find these little baby dinosaurs,
there you go, Charlie's track.
Eggshell and things like that, you literally have to get down just as close to the ground as you can to see the things. What we have here, it's a place that we found embryonic dinosaurs, associated eggs, and...
Here, Charlie's Dragon makes a pretty good joke here. Here, says maybe it was a scenario like this, where the egg gets stolen by a strangely featherless Oviraptorosaur. Yeah. Oh, hang on. You watch this. I'll be right back. Anyway, sorry. I didn't intend to leave that going for so long. But I had to change out the filament on that FAR 3D printer there. The spool had just run out, so in order to avert disaster, I had to run over there and put in some new filament. So yeah, maybe the egg got there like this? Probably not, though. Probably not. Yeah. And Lenina says, I don't think I've ever sat and watched this from start to finish. It was pretty great until the animals started talking, and then it... We could do several entire streams on the history of Disney's dinosaur and what went wrong with it and stuff, but, you know, it's a cool film. But yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says conditions like botulism and others like that are super difficult to diagnose in the fossil record. Oh yeah. What kind of a trace is it going to leave in the rocks? Until they don't leave bone signals, such as pulmonary infection and diplodocus, it's almost impossible to see them. A disease caused in Tyrannosaurus and an Ornithomimosaur, Archosaurus, is gout, which is crazy to think about. There might be more diseases out there, but we're just at the beginning of more sophisticated paleopathological studies, like you yourself are working on, Belibo. I appreciate your expertise and your perspective, and yeah. There's this really funny exhibit about Cleveland Lloyd at the Natural History Museum of Utah. Here, let's see if I can find that. My visit here in
using the materials that are connected
2021. Yeah.
Hey Jay,
Lordy.
100 bits. Great to see a transitional implant.
Hey, awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. KJ, wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. And Dark Raven, that is a good quote. It's the dromaeosaur that tried to be a tyrannosaur. I've long wondered, like, what is going on in the Morrison with all of these big theropod dinosaurs? You've got...
There we go.
I don't know. My first instinct is to go with Jim, too. But, yeah. Hey, Lordy.
So well done. I don't go with...
Yeah. So, unfortunately, the signal here wasn't great. But they've got these... This is an exhibit at the museum in Salt Lake City, Utah. About the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry. And it's like a, you know, like a mystery story kind of thing. Yeah.
Sort of like a layer cake to see what the rocks tell us.
Looking at the fossils within here, the little snails, charophytes, which are little green algae.
Jim Kirkland.
You can see that there was
state paleontologist of Utah.
We have a very large array of perfect bones to very distinct bones and a large
Sorry, the signal was so bad here.
Classes. Why are all these bones here? How did the bones actually get to the quarry site?
Mark Lowen.
Were they stuck here or were they killed here?
Bones of sauropods, giant plant eaters.
This is cool.
Buried at the quarry. But many more bones belong to Allosaurus, fearsome meat eaters. Teeth sharp, claws pointed. A lot of predators.
And there you go, germs. Yes, it is always wild. It's such a cool place.
Killers. Everyone has some idea.
I believe that drought was the origin of the Cleveland Lloyd dinosaur quarry. Just like in Africa today, I think that we had dinosaurs coming together around a drying up water hole. Then once all the water was gone, the Allosaurus ate the herbivorous dinosaurs that were there and eventually started eating themselves.
Or each other, rather.
We ended up with 70 dinosaurs dead, buried in the site when the floods came back the next year.
Pretty interesting. It's one hypothesis.
The Cleveland Lloyd was a predator trap. The dinosaurs came here to drink, got stuck in the mud. The herbivores came
This
in
is like
first,
the
then the carnivores
that scenario that we saw in the Walking with Dinosaurs clip.
Lucy Fate.
and they all got stuck, and they all died here.
After looking at all of the evidence, the best scenario is actually a float and bloat scenario. I don't think the animals died.
So Mark Lowen doesn't think the animals died there.
Gases started to build up inside their bodies.
I think that's part of it.
Light enough to
Yeah.
float like balloons. These balloons of dead dinosaurs floated down the stream to the quarry site.
This This is so well done.
I don't go with any of these theories. I don't think it explains what we see here. The scenario I tend to like right now is poisoning. You have a shallow body of water, you drop a sauropod or a stegosaur, a couple of these carcasses in them, start getting bacteria, the decomposition of these things. You get bacteria going and you get botulism. But predators are still eating on these things and very quickly die of toxic poisoning.
You've heard a lot of ideas on what might have happened here. What do you think killed the dinosaurs at Cleveland?
What do you think, chat?
Oh, we're stuck in the mud.
Vote for poison. Vote for drought. Vote for bloat and float.
So this is the thing that I don't know if it was this past year or the year before, but many of us on the crew in Wyoming, we would just turn to each other and we'd go, vote for poison.
Oh, we're stuck in the mud.
Vote for poison.
I should turn that into an alert. Yeah.
Vote for drought.
Stuck in the mud.
Vote for poison.
So anyway, there's little coin slots here, and you can, like if you've got a penny in your pocket, you can stick it into there to vote for different hypotheses there at this museum exhibit in Salt Lake.
Vote for drought. Vote for bloat and float.
Oh, cool. And anywho, here's a link to that VOD right there. But yeah. Demon Prince says, if it were a drought, why don't the animals leave in like a mass pilgrimage? We see this with current animals in drought-stricken regions too. Well, sometimes they've just got nowhere to go. Like sometimes there's just a continent-wide drought. And then we do see that today, where we see like big die-offs of animals in certain regions where they'll just die of thirst. That's happened in recent human history. Like with cattle. You've got big droughts that happen, and then just whole herds of cattle just die off. It happened a lot in like the early 20th century during the Dust Bowl. There you go, Spacer, but yeah. Anywho. There's only like $3.21 in there. Germs, do you go to that museum frequently? Because if you could get a better quality video of Jim there saying vote for poison, I would love to make that an alert.
Vote for poison.
Yeah, so that I didn't really get it, you know?
Poison.
Yeah, I could just take a still of this and then use that audio clip to make the alert. You have plans next week? If you remember to do that, if you could just snag a quick phone video of Jim saying vote for poison, then I would love to have that.
Vote for drought.
Yeah. Dino Dex says, can't you just ask him? Well, it wouldn't be as funny as having it from and I do think it would be really funny if Jim came in here and then that alert fired. He'd be like, what? Yeah, if you remember Germs, I would really appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway. Dying of thirst is sad, Sparky Pugwash. Are you trying to remind me to hydrate? Because if so, you've succeeded. I hope there's not too much plastic dust in here. I wonder if he'll remember saying it. I'm sure he will, Sparky Pugwash. I'm sure he will. Yeah. Anyway, back to the nesting sites, though, like we were talking about. So nest site fidelity is something that's been studied in dinosaurs. Like it's, this is well accepted.
Some we believe are hatchlings.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
So, looking at dinosaurs that are 16 to 18 inches long, And the pieces, like their vertebrae and their toe bones and things like that, are literally microscopic in size.
Back at the Museum of the Rockies, some of the larger fragments of bone from Montana have been laid out for Horner to examine.
Yep, I was hoping we would have the pelican site, though, for these. Here we go, yeah. Yeah.
The dinosaurs cared for their young. They nested. Yep. Putting all his research together, Horner creates a picture of life in a dinosaur nursery.
We can get some really interesting clues about the behavior of dinosaurs when we...
By the way, I've held these models before. Let's see if I can find you that photo. Lovely baby Maiasaura. Fieldwork photos. Summer 2011. There we go. There's me with one of these baby Maiasaura models. These are no longer in Bozeman. They're up in Rudyard, Montana, at the Rudyard Depot Museum. So that's, it might be that same one right there. Yeah. Yeah, this is in 2011.
We look at some of the evidence from the nesting grounds.
Ontogeny.
They really couldn't do much moving.
They are very cute squirrels, yes,
indeed.
indeed.
Get up and run around.
Yeah.
It's possible that they could stand and walk a little bit, probably very wobbly. But very suggestive that they could not leave the nest and get their own food. And so all of this information together leads to the conclusion that the mother dinosaur, or a parent dinosaur, brought food to the young.
And all this evidence of caretaking and nesting led Horner to name these dinosaurs Maiasaurs, good mother lizards.
I do like these animations. Got a neat quality to them, and whoever did this was really interested in like the anatomy of these animals, fleshing them out, all these muscle lines and everything.
Dinosaurs, caring for their young, nesting in close proximity to each other, suggests the behavior of other social animals such as birds.
Yep.
Horner, who has noticed some striking behavioral similarities between the two, has come to Bowden National Wildlife Refuge in Montana with refuge manager Gene Sipe to learn more. Both birds and dinosaurs made nests to protect and incubate the delicate eggs. Further study of the nesting habits of these animals has led to some interesting insights. Horner has evidence which shows that the dinosaurs used the same nesting sites year after year.
What we call site fidelity.
These finds call to mind pictures of a surprisingly
look at the baby
social
pelicans.
animal, a reptile that lived and traveled in organized groups.
When we find the eggs, these dinosaurs would actually push their eggs down into sediment, and we can tell that there was at least a bowl-shaped depression that they were in, but we can't tell whether there was a mound.
The eggs just hatched in from the sun,
well, we think they may have covered the eggs with vegetation, so that you know the rotting of the vegetation would have
provided the heat.
For
there you go, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah.
And then apparently.
Well, you know, you realize that the Dr. Grant character from Jurassic Park is literally based on Jack Horner. It's a fictionalized version of him.
Vegetation would have
provided the heat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know.
And then apparently the babies would just sort of pop the top off the egg after the vegetation was removed, and they climb out.
Horner believes that hatchlings stayed in groups within the colony, just as some ground nesting birds do today, fed and protected by the parent animal.
And yeah, Charlie's Dragon is correct. There are some crocodilians that also do this. Like black caiman in South America will also use that kind of composting vegetation kind of method to keep their eggs warm. Yeah.
So it appears that these dinosaurs probably lived in little pods or groups, the babies, and were probably cared for by a few adults.
And it appears that the adults would also defend them. Species of hadrosaurs probably could have made sounds to threaten predators or alert their young, and they even have banded together to repel threats from meat-eating theropods.
Like Troodon. Watch out, little Myosaurs.
What you doing?
Whoa, get wrecked, Troodon.
Dinosaurs reached their peak in the late Cretaceous period, as far as we can tell. It's at that point where we have their greatest diversity. It was also a time when we at least see dinosaurs living in large nesting colonies, feeding their young, at least some of them. We also have good evidence that they were communicating with one another. And after nesting, we have very good evidence that they traveled in gigantic herds, or flocks, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, home run bat sound, yeah. And the style looks very influenced by William Stout to me. Yeah, to a certain extent. Cases Nowhere, I think, yeah. I don't know who did the animations for this, but they are certainly interesting. I wish this were a higher quality video. And Ms. Yvette says, so is there evidence that dinosaurs made nests that are moat like flamingos? That are moats? You mean like right there on the water? We kind of do have some evidence of that. So flamingos do lay their eggs on... Here we go. They kind of like scrape together mud and stuff like this in order to build a mound. So we have direct evidence that Myosaura was doing that. We've got these kind of egg mounds there at Egg Mountain. So we do have evidence that, yeah, they're building these earthen nests like this. Yeah, it does kind of look like a tiny volcano, huh? Yeah. And then we think that other dinosaurs may have laid their eggs near rivers in some cases, because we get nesting grounds that are just covered up by, like, sediment carried by a river during, you know, maybe a seasonal flood or something. Let's see. Mymid nest. Here we go. Yeah.
Seized the moment to assemble for the spring rituals.
From Prehistoric Planet from a few years ago.
Spring at last has truly arrived. Dozens of male ornithomimus are preparing for the most important moment of their year. These strange ostrich-like dinosaurs choose the safety of these islands to scrape out shallow craters, the first stage in making a nest.
What does that remind you of, chat? What do they look like?
When the females arrive, they will choose to mate with the males who've made the best one.
Emu, yeah. Yeah, they totally remind me of emu and ostrich. And cassowaries to a certain extent, yeah.
Late arrivals find that space is already in short supply. The only space left is on the island's margin.
Which is more likely to get swept away by
Finding a place
rising
to
water.
nest is only just the start.
They look like Australia would lose a war against them. I agree, Demon
They will
Friends. I
need to be
agree.
kept warm in a bed of vegetation. Finding enough nesting material is not easy. Which is why some ornithomimers resort to thievery.
Crimes, crimes, crimes. There you go, Casey Snoward, yeah.
One advantage of arriving late is that your neighbors have already done the hard work.
Tisk, tisk. He's like, oh, me? I'm not doing anything. Don't worry about me. Dyson Dinosaur says, you see, hadrosaurids would never steal. Beware, kids, choose your favorite dinosaurs properly. Yeah, choose a fine, upstanding, non-thieving dinosaur like Edmontosaurus right here. You know? I appreciate you, Filippo.
An unguarded nest is too much of a temptation. In colonies like this, thievery can be so common that some nesting material at one time or another will have been part of almost every nest on the island.
So there are birds today that do this. Penguins do this today.
Caught in the act.
Here we go.
Wander by.
Look like Edmontosaurus.
They will eat leafy branches. So you have to be able to defend your property. It can take several years to perfect nest building skills. But success doesn't only rely on experience. In a crowded colony, there's always another potential victim.
He's like, oh. Trying to act casual. But penguins do this too. Let me see if I can find video of that. Yeah. There we go.
Stones of all shapes and sizes to build a decent nest, and finding ones that are just right is not easy.
So this is what that behavior in Prehistoric Planet is based on.
So some penguins turn to a life of crime.
That would be a good alert there. It is the same scene, Claire. I know, right? Just a different theropod. Almost everything in Prehistoric Planet is kind of taken from other documentaries like this, of modern animals exhibiting behaviors. Yeah.
The one who has been robbed seems
And there you go,
unaware
Sir
that
Keels,
the
yeah.
thief is just over his shoulder and looking for more.
Oh boy.
The thief's nest is coming along nicely, probably because he keeps a particularly sharp lookout for robbers.
Anyway. Yeah. Adelie Bandit. There you go, Coconut. Yeah. Yeah. If it is not broken, don't fix it. Exactly. Well, I mean, lots of different critters will exhibit similar behaviors if they are in similar niches, if they're under similar circumstances. Behavioral convergence is what we call that. So yeah. Yeah. It's interesting stuff. There we go. This just came out the other day, and I figured we might take a look at it. Apparently this is a really popular channel, Cleo Abram. Came out 3 days ago, 732,000 views. The title is You're Probably Wrong About Dinosaurs? And not what I thought. She's pointing at a Pachyrhinosaurus there. I really like that reconstruction. Very brightly colored frill, as it should be. Let's take a look at this. I got a good feeling about this one. Not seen it yet. We'll see if it's any good.
That right there is the toe bone from a baby dinosaur.
Oh, I think I recognize her. Didn't she used to do videos for Vox or something like that? Was hoping you'd watch Cleo's videos, says Dr. Hubbs. Interesting, yeah. It's been popping up in my feed a little bit, but it's the first time I've clicked on it. Yeah.
That right there is the toe bone.
Oh, hang on. Is that who I think it is? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm starting to put two and two together here. This is Emily Bamforth. I watched her talk at SVP about individual variation in Pachyrhinosaurus. So this must be the Pachyrhinosaurus bone bed up at Pipestone Creek in up in, what is that, northern Alberta, I think? Very, very cool.
Is the toe bone from a baby dinosaur. And I'm holding it because I'm finally learning.
That's not from a baby dinosaur. No, that's from, what is that, a phalanx from a ceratopsian? That's not a baby.
The truth about dinosaurs. I've loved dinosaurs since I was a kid, but it turns out that a lot of what I thought I knew is actually wrong. Or at least outdated. So, in this video, I'm going to show you the cutting edge of dinosaur discovery. I'm going to give you rare access into a warehouse.
That totally is Emily Bamforth, yeah.
Bones. Go out into the field and try to discover my own fossil, and show you something new these scientists just discovered.
I think we got ourselves a dinosaur. A new look at dinosaurs.
The golden age
of dinosaur discovery.
Uncovering almost one new dinosaur species a week.
Oh, this is going to be great. This is not necessarily for us, but I'm really glad that this video exists, and I hope that a lot of people see it because it'll make my job easier. The more good dinosaur information there is online for people to watch and absorb, well, the higher the standard of knowledge will be for people coming into this channel, you know? Coming into the chat here. This is good. This is really good. Yeah.
Amazing creatures that we really have just begun.
I think I found a dinosaur bone.
We're in Alberta, Canada, and we are on our way to an active dinosaur dig site. This is a huge moment in dinosaur discovery. Scientists are discovering more dinosaurs now than at any other time in history. They're finding a new species each week on...
Almost each week on average. This is one of my SVP presentations this year. 9 days. Once every 9 days is the actual figure. Here we go. There's me in front of my poster there. There's the poster. Examining the pace of dinosaur discovery. On average, within the past decade, a new dinosaur genus or species has been published in the scientific literature once every 9 days. That was one of the take-home messages from the poster here. So each one of these is a different year, and then the height of the bar in the graph, that corresponds to the number of different taxa published each year. 2024 so far is our best year since 2019. I think we're at what? 42, 43? I think we're at 44 now. So we're just 3 shy of the 2019 number. But yeah. Yeah. And Demon Prince, maybe at some point doing a dinosaur deep dive on colors that they probably had. We'll talk about that at some point. We have a few dinosaurs we talk about all the time on this channel. Like, Sinosauropteryx there, whose colors we can actually determine by looking at their fossilized feathers. There's another dinosaur on here, Kaihong, right there. I decided to highlight one dinosaur from each year for the poster. And Kaihong. We know that it was mostly really dark colored like this, but it had iridescent feathers around its head and neck. Like that. Yeah. Pretty cool critter. Pretty cool critter. So yeah, anyway, we'll do that at some point. We will talk about dinosaur coloration. And Casey says, that's so cool. I missed the poster streams thanks to my day job. No worries. No, I got a ton of compliments on this. Everybody was like, why didn't you apply for the poster prize? And it's like, well, the poster prize is for students. I'm not a student. But, yeah, anyway. Have we determined whether or not Spinosaurids had feathers? We have not, Spine, no. We don't even know... There are, like, major components of Spinosaur skeletons we don't know anything about. Like, we don't know what their wrists look like, for instance. Nobody's ever found the carpal bones of a Spinosaurid. So we don't even know, like, the range of motion on their hands and wrists. We don't have any preserved skin or feathers from any Spinosaurids, so we don't know whether they had scaly skin, whether they had feathers. We don't know what's going on with their integument. There's a lot of things we don't know about Spinosaurus.
This flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Or 15 months of support from Lemmy Caution.
Big love, DJ Markix Heart.
Thank you, Lemmy Caution, for the 15 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. And good night from Belgium. Well, good afternoon from the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Sorry, we got a cat right here. But, yeah. It probably is sunny right now. Let's see. Oh. Forgot, it gets dark so early now, but look at this. Beautiful. Look at all that fun. This is a live cam from the Lawrence Hall of Science up in the Berkeley Hills. You see the Golden Gate Bridge right there? The Bay Bridge, you can't even see it. It's socked in with fog. There is San Francisco there. And down here is Berkeley and Emeryville. Just gorgeous. I'm so glad I looked at this. We caught it just before the sun went down. That's really special. That's really special. Yeah. I wish I saw that sunset live, says Lemmy Caution. Yeah. I'm glad we got to see it. And now you got to see it too. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm feel very lucky to live where I do. And that's thanks to you, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for letting me live here. Yeah. Yeah. Here. What are you doing? Oh. Yeah. Oh, thanks for saying hello. Just want some attention? Yeah. Oh. more treats? Is that what you want? Or do you want to go sit on my lap? Come here. Go sit on my lap. No, you don't want that? Oh, I see you licking your chops. You want some treats. That's what you want. Now let's make it happen. There we go. That's the good stuff. Look at all those. So many treats. All right. Did you say No, Bay Bridge, B-A-Y. The San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge connects San Francisco and Oakland via San Francisco Bay. Yeah. Let Me Caution says, I'm more of a dog person, but I love your cat. Oh, she's not... This is not my cat. This is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here. She lived here before I moved in. And, yeah. She's definitely not my cat. I'm one of her people, I guess. But the... the relationship of ownership here goes the other way. Yeah. It's her house, yeah. She owns this house. Her and the other 3 cats. It's a feline cooperative. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping Games says, when I was a child, I was lucky enough to see Sue at Union Station in Kansas City. 9 or 10 at the time. Remember correctly, at the time, Sue was the most complete T-Rex specimen to have been found. That was definitely true back in around 2000. Interesting. In Kansas City, though. Were those the original bones, or were those, was that a cast? Because there are a few casts of Sue that exist in the world today. One of those we saw for ourselves. Oh, the sun is continuing to go down there. Beautiful. But one of those casts is in Florida. Here we go. I will show ya. That'll be right over here.
Museum in Chicago. Field Museum did not have that kind of a budget. They were helped out, significantly by 2 donors. Oh, hang on, there's a cardinal there hanging out in the cycad under Sue. That's a pretty neat juxtaposition there. We don't have these back home where I live, cardinals.
Oh, just flew away.
Anywho, the Field Museum that purchased Sue at auction didn't have that kind of money. It was McDonald's Corporation and the Walt Disney Company that stepped in and provided a serious chunk of change there to help them buy it.
Yep.
And in return...
This is in 1997, 1998?
Well, Walt Disney Company got a cast of Sue that's now on display in Dinoland.
Yep.
I'm not sure where another one of these exists anywhere in the world. A cast of Sue. This might be the only one outside of the Field Museum. I'm not sure. Somebody fact check me on that, But really, really high quality cast. You can even see a lot of her pathologies. So look at those big lumps on the ribs there. So those are places where the bone had
healed fractures.
Healed while she was alive.
Yeah.
And you can see these pathologies inside her lower jaw as well. See those holes? They're along like the angular and cerangular.
Like we were talking about earlier?
It was once thought that those are puncture wounds from like another T-Rex biting this animal. Could still be the case, but it's probably more of like a degenerative bone disease. There are certain birds that get similar infections today. where the, I think it might be a bacteria or a fungus, I'm not sure, but it actually eats away at the bone. And,
anyway, we were just talking about this earlier, and, yeah, anyhow. Yeah. But, Sue. Cool stuff. Anyhow. And the museum was named after Marshall Field, who was a department store owner. Yeah. Southerville. I was talking about the purchase of Sue in the 90s. Oh boy. Yeah. And this is just silent footage, I guess? Okay. There's the skull right there. No, all about sugar. Cool, South Rebel. Cool. Yeah. Oh boy.
In her new home on the shores of Lake Michigan. This morning, I have the pleasure of having been awarded custody of Sue, the world's largest and probably oldest young lady. She will spend her next birthday, that's her 70 millionth, in her new home on the shores of Lake Michigan. That is, of course, in Chicago.
Probably not 70 million.
Field Museum of Natural History.
Maybe 68 at the upper bounds of that. But yeah, anyway, it was the Walt Disney Corporation, along with McDonald's, that helped with that purchase. Yeah. I think they provided the majority of the money there. Anyway. I believe the Sue I saw was a traveling exhibit. That would make sense, Addicted to Capping Games. Yeah. But yeah, anyhow. What's going to happen to Sue's cast when Dino Land closes? That is an excellent question. I think I talk about that here.
It can be quite painful, so... Pardon? Yeah.
In fact, I did a dinosaur course on Coursera.
Oh, cool.
So I got a certificate in it.
Was that the one with Phil Curry, the museum up in Canada?
I think so. Alberta, actually.
Alberta, yeah. So some of my colleagues were some of the talking heads in that, like Betsy Kruk and a few other people. So yeah.
Yeah, I consider myself a kind of dino nerd myself.
Cool. You have a favorite dinosaur?
T-Rex.
Tyrannosaurus? It's a good one. People say it's kind of cliche, but we know so much about T-Rex. It's been so well studied, so, we can say a lot.
Anyway, let me scoot forward a little bit, and then I think I get to talking about what's going to happen to these afterward.
A bunch?
Yeah.
Here, I mean, it's the maybe third most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. Huh. So if you spend enough time out there, you will find a T-Rex.
All right.
They're not rare, yeah.
I better check that out.
Yeah.
And here's my T-Rex too.
Very cool, yeah, I like that.
That's so neat that he carries that with him.
Too. Very nice.
Yeah, I got those out west.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, well, thanks for talking with us, Mario.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Have a great day.
You too. Oh, cool. Largest T-Rex specimen ever. Overjoyed.
Here we go.
When this place closes down, what will become of Sue? I don't know. There are museums that would be overjoyed, thrilled to the point of delirium to have this specimen. A few museums that I work with. So I do wonder what's going to happen once Dino Land closes, which is going to be very soon, apparently. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, your grandma was here, said hi and loves the tour. She's entered lurk mode now. Oh, well, hi, Grandma. That's probably Grandma Sue. Wish she could be here. This is a spur-of-the-moment thing. I was able to get a red-eye flight last night. Round trip, like, less than $150. So here I am. visiting Dinoland one last time before they close it.
Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the sunset continues apace here. Just gorgeous. Live cam from, it's not like film, you know, it's like 1 frame per minute or something. This live cam in the Berkeley Hills, but yeah. Let's get back to that video that we were looking at. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping Games says, am I the only one sad to think what will happen to this specimens once in we were just talking about that, Addicted to Capping Games. What is going to happen to those specimens? I've been trying to get hold of somebody at Disney parks to talk to about this, and haven't been able to get anywhere yet. But, you know, many of us in the dinosaur paleontology world are, yeah, we're wondering what's going to happen to all those specimens. Yeah.
Average. And those discoveries are shaking up what we thought we knew about these ancient animals. The dig site that we're headed to now is special.
The rumor is that they've uncovered something really cool. So I don't know what we're gonna find, but my big goal is to actually help discover a dinosaur bone.
And Casey Snowart says, I know an archivist who knows the Disney archivist could reach out if that would be helpful. Imagine at least some of it would get archived. I mean, yeah. That sounds like a good lead there, Casey Snowart. Yeah.
If I could do that. Oh my God.
The site that we're going to is full of a herd of dinosaurs called Pachyrhinosaurus.
We have the big adults, we have the little babies, we have the teenagers.
That's Dr. Emily Bamforth, the paleontologist in charge of this site. They're not sure what exactly killed this herd. It could have been a natural disaster like a flood, but they know that it killed them all.
Those are like original animations, I think, for this video. Anyway, Emily Bamforth there. We've watched part of her talk here on this channel. Here we go. Where was that? Looking for it here. There we go.
So this is one of the really interesting things that Pipestone Creek is really bringing to light, is that these
individual variation,
often used to define horned dinosaur species, may not be a good feature to define species based
not good
on
at all. Yeah.
Variable even within the same community. So that's one of the interesting things that's coming out of Pipestone Creek. Again, this is
very, very cool stuff. And her talk about this was amazing at SVP.
At the same time. And then later, they were buried in mud that turned to stone over 73 million years. But that's a problem for us today, because they're not preserved as individual animals where they fell. They're all
disarticulated.
Sort of mixed together.
That's right. So we lovingly refer to it as our Pachyrhinosaurus omelet. It's basically hundreds, potentially thousands of animals kind of jumbled up together in this one deposit.
Yeah. Putting together a dinosaur is kind of like doing a puzzle, except
you don't know what the picture on the front of the box is. You're missing half the pieces. There's pieces from other puzzles thrown in, and then the pieces sometimes are ripped and torn so they don't fit properly.
The hardest jigsaw puzzle in the world.
Basically, yep.
So how do you know that you're doing the puzzle right? How do we know that any of these dinosaurs are right? Well, we're about to see how they do it.
Oh, wow. Oh,
this is great.
Here we are. This is it.
This bone bed is particularly exciting because it's one of the
densest dinosaur bone beds in North America. So the estimated number of animals is somewhere from 6,000 to 10,000.
Oh my God.
Among all the bones in this huge dinosaur omelet, there's one type that's rare and special to find intact, a skull, and they just found one.
So
there you go.
Is a big skull, and everything that's around it is all bone as well.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, go ahead. It feels like a rock. It basically is a rock. Whoa.
Are you freaking out right now?
Yeah, I'm totally freaking out right now.
I love how enthusiastic she is. That makes me so happy.
They're hoping to pull this skull out of the ground in the next few weeks. But if that's a Pachyrhinosaurus skull, how big was the rest of it? It turns out a lot has changed about what we think dinosaurs actually looked like, including their size. So let me show you.
Okay, so I want you to imagine this skull coming out of the ground. It would look like this.
Neat, like photogrammetric model there, yeah.
A bony bump on the front of its nose called
a nasal boss.
And a bony frill and horns on the back of its head. Using bones collected in the area and around the world, and referencing similar dinosaurs and animals that are alive today, scientists put together the rest of the skeleton like this.
Yep, these are great animations.
Now imagine the dinosaur comes back to life. It's about that big.
Yep.
Which is huge.
Compared to other dinosaurs, this...
It's not that big, even compared to other ceratopsians like Triceratops. Triceratops gets significantly larger than this, but it's still bigger than almost any animal we have walking around today. You know?
This guy was medium in size, which is wild, and makes me wonder, how big were the rest of them? If you lined up a bunch of dinosaurs from smallest to largest, you'd see the teeny little Anchiornis, just a little bit bigger than a basketball. You'd see the Compsognathus, the size of a small chicken. The famous Velociraptor would actually be here, except in real life, they were about this big.
Well, they're bigger than that. They're about 6 feet long.
Which is, not the size they looked in Jurassic Park.
That was Deinonychus. Yeah.
And newer research shows that they didn't look like that. Velociraptors had feathers.
There we go.
Jurassic Park, though, they didn't know that.
The reason the Velociraptors don't have feathers is because we didn't know that those kind of dinosaurs had feathers at the time.
In 1990,
at least in 1993, we didn't know. Or 1997, we're starting to sort of figure it out a little bit when The Lost World came out. But, yeah. By the time Jurassic Park 3, and then later, especially Jurassic World came out, it was a done deal. The raptors in Jurassic World 1,000,000% should have had feathers. I blame a lack of vision on the part of the director for that. Anyway.
This discovery in China changed our understanding of what some dinosaurs looked like, and other discoveries since.
And Space Sherpa, I'm aware of the existence of Dino Riders, but never watched it at all. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so this is in the mid-90s, feathered dinosaurs. I love that this whole video is basically, it seems like it's designed to get people up to speed on current dinosaur science. And I love that. Like, if you've got a relative who used to be interested in dinosaurs, friend or relative or other loved one, acquaintance, whoever, who used to really be into dinosaurs, and then they've lost that recently, or within the past 40 years, if you want to bring them back up to speed on what is the current state of dinosaur science, you could do a lot worse than showing them this video, you know? Yeah.
This discovery in China changed our understanding of what some dinosaurs looked like, and other discoveries since have confirmed that more dinosaurs had feathers than we thought. And there's still a lot of debate about what the color and the outside appearance of dinosaurs actually looked like. We'll get to that in a minute. One step bigger than the Velociraptor would be the Nyasasaurus, about the size of a German Shepherd.
Yeah, we don't know if Nyasasaurus is actually a dinosaur, though. So that's a weird one to include. There's so many other 1 meter long dinosaurs. You know, throw Caudipteryx in there. Nyasasaurus is that's a weird one to pick. That's a really weird one to pick.
Then our Pachyrhinosaurus would be here. One of my favorites, the Triceratops, was about the height of an Asian elephant, but much longer. Here's the Stegosaurus and the T-Rex. And from here on, the sizes get nutty. These dinosaurs were bigger than school buses. They were taller than buildings. One of the largest known dinosaurs, the Argentinosaurus, was about as long and heavier than a commercial airplane. Can you imagine what it was like when these animals walked the earth? But here's the thing. They didn't all walk it at the same time.
Really common misconception is that all dinosaurs lived all at the same time.
Dinosaurs lived for way longer than most people think.
We talk about this all the time, and I love that she's kind of leading with this toward the beginning of the video, because it is a really, really common misperception. You know, you look at like I always talk about your assorted plastic dinosaurs that you get at the dollar store or whatever. Like, oh, dinosaur playset. All these dinosaurs all interacting with each other. Oftentimes, you've got critters in here that aren't even dinosaurs. Like that pterosaur hiding in there. But yeah, this is... It's like having a historical figures playset. Where you've got Cleopatra and Napoleon and Aristotle and Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Helen of Troy, just like they're all in this plastic tube. You just empty it out and, oh, let's play with our historical figures from the historical time. They're only separated by centuries or maybe millennia in some... Thinking of the people I mentioned. Anyway, some of these dinosaurs are separated by over 100 million years. And I think she's going to talk about that here.
If this is all of recorded human history, and this is the time since humans diverged from apes,
yep,
this is the time when dinosaurs were alive. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for 180 million years. We are...
Ruled the Earth is... I really appreciate her enthusiasm here, but ruled the Earth is a... I don't know if I would say it that way. Because when dinosaurs first start off, they don't really rule the Earth. They're just kind of a small part of these ecosystems in the late Triassic period. And then during the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, dinosaurs really kind of take up the mantle of as rulers of the Earth, you know? So it's only really from the beginning of the Jurassic to the end of the Cretaceous that dinosaurs really rule the Earth. And that's, what, like 140 million years, give or take? Here. Beginning of the Jurassic, we'll say 200 million years ago. So, 200 minus 66 is 134 million years that dinosaurs really ruled the Earth. But they first evolved probably around 240 million years ago. Probably during the Middle Triassic is when dinosaurs first show up. So anyway, they're around for about 180 million years. But they rule it for about 135, something like that, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Million years. We are nothing in comparison. And the dinosaurs that we know today were spread out through this enormous history, which means that some of the dinosaurs I think of as being alive at the same time were actually separated by millions of years.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I wonder if Emily's going to mention that. It's almost a cliche that that there's more time separating Stegosaurus and T-Rex than there is separating T-Rex from us. But anyway, Dr. Yasman says, hello, Moo Hoodles recommended you, so I figured I'd stop by. Well, welcome, welcome, Dr. Yasman. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Can we get a shout-out for Moo Hoodles, by the way? Who also does some excellent science outreach here on Twitch. But welcome, Dr. Yasman. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're talking dinosaurs today. We go over fossil news, do lots of Q&A about the history of life on Earth. We do a good deal of 3D printing. I'm currently working on printing a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull, which is going to be incredible when it's done. I'm producing this for the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Thank you, Murph, for that gift sub there. I appreciate it. Enjoy that gift sub, Dr. Yasmin. Yeah. Oh, and during the summers, I dig up dinosaurs live on stream. Like we were doing this past year. In Wyoming and Utah. There's a chance I might be going to Montana as well this next year. We'll have to see. But, yeah. Live dinosaur digs.
Mostly iguanodon.
That's what I'm lucky to do during the summers. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I had no idea this raid was going on at the time. Anyway, this is not as exciting as it could be, but, yeah.
Well, anyway, glad you're here. And Lenina and Salamander, the pizza was glorious.
Oh, archaeology near undergrad, very cool.
Really appreciate
nice.
it. Holy cow, that was wonderful. And didn't have to do dishes last night either, which was great. But I ate altogether too much pizza, and then I drank like a gallon of water, because every time I eat pizza, I get really, really thirsty.
I always do that.
So yeah, oh man.
There's something about eating pizza in a communal setting where it's like, uh-oh, I got to eat as much as possible. It's like I'm back in my undergrad days or something, where it's like, got to get those calories in. I don't know when my next meal is coming. Eat as much free pizza as humanly possible. And then something about pizza, I don't know if it's the sauce or the cheese, or there's probably a lot of sodium in it, but I just get extraordinarily thirsty and I drink way too much water.
It's a good night. I haven't pigged out like that for a while, and you know, it felt good. So thank you so much for your generosity, Lenina and Salamander. Thanks for sending that money so we could get ourselves some pizza. Ken was driving in last night to camp and picked it up on his way here, so worked out beautifully. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyhow.
Got a bucket full of rocks. It's tripping over nails. There we go.
Conniving mods, says Lenina.
I guess it was a rock and not a nail. That's good. Slightly reassuring. Yeah. All right.
Anyhow, getting all distracted here. Let's get back to the video that we were watching. Get rid of some of these other tabs. But yeah, I'm really glad that the videographer here, Cleo Abram, it's a fantastic video so far. She's making this point that no, dinosaurs did not all live at the same time. We've got this continually changing cast of characters here. This is a point I try and make a lot on this channel. Here, like, just in Utah, for instance. Like where I was digging in that clip. 27 different sequential fauna levels just in Utah. I think nowhere else on Earth have we got this many different dinosaur faunas. It's just because Utah's been really well explored and there's a lot of really good people working there. But yeah, each one of these, separated by a horizontal line, is a different dinosaur fauna. A fauna is, you know, an ecosystem of different critters in it. And so you've got this constantly changing cast of characters. And there's some through lines in that. Like you've got ankylosaurs, like Mimora pelta, that might evolve into the ankylosaurs that you have in the beginning of the Cretaceous period. Gastonia, new Polycanthine Seer evolve into Gastonia, we think. Gastonia burgii might evolve into Gastonia lorimiquinii, etc. So you get some through lines, and then you get some groups that just go extinct at certain times, and they get replaced by other groups. So anyway, the point is, you've got over that 180 million years that dinosaurs existed on our planet. They're constantly evolving and changing. Different groups are rising and going extinct. You've got migrations from one continent to another, and constantly changing cast of characters, like I said. So yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, do you feel wrecked after a night... Oh, at night, after a day of digging in the scorching desert? Dropping like a log? Not really. Maybe the first few nights might be pretty tired, but you get used to it pretty quick. Yeah. I definitely... As long as the weather's okay and the wind isn't blowing my tent around at night too much, then I usually sleep pretty well in the field. Yeah. We usually get up not too long after sunrise because, well, it gets too hot to sleep in the tent after sunrise. So, yeah, I don't know. I would be in bed before 9 p.m. most nights in the field. Maybe before 10. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah. Did you ever look at the stars at night? Absolutely, Mizervet. Yeah, and holy cow, so many stars out there. Very little light pollution. Very little pollution of any kind, really. Tons and tons of stars. But over the last 4 or 5 years, I've been flabbergasted at the number of satellites. Crazy numbers of satellites, just absolutely everywhere. It's really distracting. Yeah. Yeah. Stress tests on claw shapes. I don't remember that, Claire, no. So Avoria says, a lot of huge dinosaur bones misplaced because of other dinosaurs feeding on them as well. Yeah. Taphonomic processes like this are a big deal. A lot can happen to a critter after it dies. And I'm sure they'll talk about that in that video a little bit. But yeah, I might have a clip of this. Let's see. That'll work. Yeah.
A close encounter is a rare and thrilling event.
The thing that allows Tyrannosaurus to be preserved
There's Phil Curry there.
in the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland, and there was a tremendous amount of sediment coming in from the mountains that were rising to the west at that time. So there were large rivers running across the coastal lowland, and if the Tyrannosaurus body happened to fall in the water, then it had a very good chance of being buried complete. And fast burial is one of the most critical factors in terms of preserving an animal that large.
You want to get buried quickly so you don't get eaten by scavengers, you don't get your bones scattered around. You want to be buried ASAP.
So far, 17 skeletons of Tyrannosaurus
get that skeleton preserved.
Found, all of them from Wyoming north into Alberta and Saskatchewan.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
And thank you, Nova Jean, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, this is 1996. There have been far more than 17 Tyrannosaurus skeletons discovered nowadays. It's probably about 50 or 60 nowadays, depending on what you call a skeleton. Yeah. And the total number of Tyrannosaurus specimens, you know, from just like a couple of bones, it's probably in the thousands. Tyrannosaurus is not a rare dinosaur. It's, depending on how you count it, either the third or fourth most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. Some people say second, but yeah. After Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, Tyrannosaurus is right up there. It's pretty common.
From Wyoming north into Alberta and Saskatchewan. Now, Tyrannosaurus probably had a much more extensive range than that. It almost certainly lived all the way from the Arctic Ocean down to the Gulf of Mexico.
Only 17 skeletons have been unearthed of the many millions of animals that once lived and died.
Anywho. But yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus says, when a large sauropod dies, everyone in the area will want to slice, but you don't want to stick around for the big boys to show up. Yeah. Critters like Allosaurus and Torvosaurus. We will be having more information about Torvosaurus coming out relatively soon, I think. Ethan Cowgill should hopefully be publishing on this critter before too long. He's redescribing Torvosaurus based on specimen in Cincinnati. But yeah, cool critter. Anywho, let's get back to the other documentary that we had here. So yeah, Yeah, dinosaurs didn't all live at the same time. I'm glad they're going over the basic stuff in this new video.
Were spread out through this enormous history, which means that some of the dinosaurs I think of as being alive at the same time were actually separated by millions of years.
There is more time that separates Stegosaurus from T-Rex than separates T-Rex from us.
I promise I haven't seen this before, but some of you... Didn't I say, I wonder if Emily Bamforth is going to talk about there's more time between Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, between Tyrannosaurus and us? Does anybody remember me saying that?
There's more time that separates Stegosaurus from T-Rex than separates T-Rex from us.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
That's an amazing fact. I had no idea.
The Stegosaurus was an ancient relic to the T-Rex.
Yep.
My whole childhood was a lie.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah.
For some dinosaur bones.
Yeah. And the thing is, Stegosaurus is from like roughly halfway through the age of dinosaurs. Maybe not quite halfway through, but it's not even one of the earlier dinosaurs. So again, going back to linear time here. The Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs. Right here. Stegosaurus is from the end of the Jurassic. Dinosaurs first evolved here, probably in the middle Triassic. So Stegosaurus is from the end of the Jurassic period, and then you have the entire Cretaceous period here. So yeah, T-Rex lived up here in the Maastrichtian stage of the latest Cretaceous. Stegosaurus is like Tithonian, I think. Maybe Kimmeridgian, but I think mostly Tithonian. So yeah, the late Jurassic. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's continue.
I've been waiting for this moment my whole entire life, so no pressure, but if...
Oh, and hang on. Sorry, I keep pausing so much, but we've got so many good questions. Dapper Historian wants to know, so what caused them to disappear and be replaced? Did they evolve into something else? That is a phenomenal question, and we are just starting to really ask that question in a meaningful way where we can test it. Go back to this chart here. I wish I could embiggen this further. I'm gonna have to ask Jim for like a super high-res version of his latest chart here. But yeah, so Stegosaurus lived alongside Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, Camptosaurus, Allosaurus, Dryosaurus, Brachiosaurus, in the Morrison Formation. Yeah, there we go. A bunch of these different critters all lived in the same time in the same place. And then they disappear. Almost all of them. Maybe Camptosaurus makes it through and evolves into the iguanodontians that we have in the early Cretaceous. Maybe the Ankylosaurs, like Mimorapelta or Gargoylosaurus, maybe they evolve into the Ankylosaurs that we have in the Cedar Mountain Formation, but otherwise, all these guys disappear. Torvosaurus, Haplocanthosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, Barosaurus, Stegosaurus, they all seem to blink out of existence. And then in the overlying Cedar Mountain Formation, where I've been doing field work for the past 3 years in Utah, we've got a new cast of characters. There might be a few carryovers, maybe Camptosaurus, maybe the Ankylosaurs, but we're not sure. But the rest of everybody is gone. And for a long time, this wasn't really anything worth remarking on because it was assumed that there was so much time in between those. We thought that, yeah, there's so much time separating the end of the Jurassic from the Cedar Mountain Formation in the early Cretaceous. There's so much time that's missing that anything could have happened. Maybe they did slowly evolve into other dinosaurs, or, you know, just a gradualistic change. But the more we've worked in Utah, the more it seems like there's not a very big gap there at all. That transition may have been really, really abrupt. So we've got rocks from the lower part of the Berriasian, like maybe middle Berriasian, but like 142 million years old. The bone bed that I was digging in this past summer is super, super old. So that's right after the end of the Jurassic. So it turns out that that turnover might have been really, really abrupt, and there may have been a major extinction event there. Something may have happened that caused these lineages of dinosaurs to die out and get replaced by other ones. And it might have been an asteroid impact. Yeah. There is a crater in South Africa, the Morokweng impact structure, that might correspond to this exact time. And this is what Jim Kirkland is working on. This was what his talk was on at SVP this year. This is still like the very beginning stages of this work. So this is still going to be really controversial. But the pieces are starting to fall into place. It's looking more and more likely that there may have been a big asteroid impact at the end of the Jurassic that may have wiped out some of these dinosaur groups and marked the end of the Jurassic period. So yeah, there's an impact structure buried beneath the Kalahari Desert near the town of Morokweng in South Africa's northwest province. Estimates of the diameter of the structure vary widely, blah, blah, blah. Its age is estimated to be 146 plus or minus 0.16 million years, placing it within the Tithonian stage of the late Jurassic, several million years before the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary. This has since been revised. It's probably much closer to the end of the Jurassic. It might line up perfectly with the disappearance of some of these dinosaurs in North America and in Europe too. And there's an artist's depiction of... Watch out, Brachiosaur! It's got to be Giraffe Titan there. And Svavoria says, so 2 meteors got him? Well, no, we're not talking about meteors, we're talking about asteroids. But also, this is... It's like 80 million years before the one at the end of the Cretaceous period. So the asteroid impact that ended the age of the dinosaurs was here 66 million years ago. This one is about 145 million years ago. So it could be that the Cretaceous period here is bookended by asteroid impacts, which would be really interesting. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Addicted to Capping Game says, I watched a video from a paleontologist that said most of the iguanodontians died out at the start of the Cretaceous, but that there was a relative of iguanodon that lived in what is now Europe. So that's... I don't know if you're misremembering, but iguanodonts don't really become diverse and super important in their environments until the early Cretaceous. The early Cretaceous is the heyday of the iguanodontians. So iguanodon itself is from what, like the Barremian, I think? Maybe Aptian, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is when they really start to take over, is during the early Cretaceous. And then at least one brand, well, the duck-billed dinosaurs evolved from the iguanodontians, from the iguanodonts, rather. And so there was one particular branch of iguanodon today that evolved into the duck-billed dinosaurs, we think. I might be oversimplifying here. But anyway, as a group, iguanodontians continue until the end of the Cretaceous. Duckbills, hadrosaurs, like our Edmontosaurus here. This is a kind of iguanodontian dinosaur. It evolved from that group. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Here, I can show you Iguanodontia. Yeah. Okay, it's just showing this ornithopoda. Iguanodontia became quadrupedal and developed large body size. Let's see. Iguanodontia is often listed as an infraorder within the suborder Ornithopoda. Groups like Iguanodontoidea are sometimes still used as unranked clades in the scientific literature, though many traditional iguanodontids are now included in the more inclusive group Hadrosauroidea. Iguanodontia was originally phylogenetically defined by Paul Sereno in 1998. 2021, Iguanodontia was given a formal definition under the Philo Code, the smallest clade containing Dryosaurus, Iguanodon, Rhabdodon, and Tenontosaurus, provided that it does not include Hypsilophodon. Anyway, these guys, duckbill dinosaurs like Amurasaurus there, are considered iguanodontians. Hadrosaurs are a kind of iguanodontian, as I understand it. But anyway, the comment mentioned it. Oh, thank you, Addicted to Captain Gamers. Let's take a look.
And now we're going to look at Jurassic Park.
Alan, this species of Variformin's been extinct since the Cretaceous period. I mean, this thing.
All right.
One of my favorite things about Jurassic Park is that we don't just have a dinosaur specialist, we have a paleobotanist here as well. Ellie Sattler is probably the only paleobotanist in movie fiction, I guess.
Let me think, is that true? Paleobotanists in films. Yeah, I can't think of another one off the top of my head.
And she's already had the amazing moment that we're about to see for the rest of it. I mean, there's such a classic scene. But she's found a Cretaceous plant that she's just grabbed off the side of the road, and beasts of plants and animals alongside one another. And it's just as incredible to see the plant as it is to see the dinosaur.
Oh, comment was mentioned 1144. Sorry, I thought you gave us a timestamp here. That's a different timestamp. Okay. 1144.
Allow it to make it look like it's speaking in a more naturalistic way, but iguanodons had sort of beaks, essentially. These are herbivores that are nipping away at the vegetation. Yeah, it just makes this iguanodon look quite disturbing.
Where's Suri?
She's up in the tree.
That seems, I mean, it's for dramatic effect, but that seems quite slow for a meteorite coming in. So the meteorite that wiped out the dinosaurs, that apart from birds, and
we think it's probably an asteroid rather than a meteorite, but
myriad of other creatures, 75% of life on Earth. It struck above an oil field and sent all of that material up into the atmosphere. And there's evidence of soot from this basically going up into the atmosphere, blocking out the sun, blanketing the Earth in darkness. Photosynthesis, which is the process that plants use to turn light into sugar and energy, would have ceased.
He's talking about the Chicxulub impact, Clever.
Probably about 2 years. And this devastated ecosystems on land. Okay, so this is then the shockwave from the initial impact.
I think maybe it was earlier he was talking about the iguanodontians. I think that timestamp may not have been correct. Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, so it was before this. Here we go.
Score out of 10. Although it's a bit over drum scales, some of it's not too bad. I think it probably holds up to about a 6. It's not bad. And now we're going to look at Disney's Dinosaur.
Oh, and 1114. Where did I get 44? Yeah. You gave me the correct timestamp, Addicted to Captain Games. I apologize. 1114. Here we go.
That's some sort of iguanodontian, and I think
it's supposed to be iguanodon, but yeah.
from all of this meteor coming down that we are at the end Cretaceous mass extinction. There is an iguanodon relative from Europe.
He's talking about a Rhabdodontian.
Lived at the end of the Cretaceous, but iguanodon itself died out in the early Cretaceous.
I mean, he's not wrong. We don't know whether iguanodon went extinct or whether it evolved into another critter. There is this idea that I really... It's probably a majority of dinosaur paleontologists hold this view that when a species disappears from the fossil record, that's because it became extinct. This idea that every time you have a new species, it's because of cladogenesis, you know? But sometimes lineages just go on for a long time. Not every new species that emerges is the result of cladogenesis, you know? We're kind of getting into the weeds here a little bit, but if one species, like a whole population, if it just slowly evolves over time and the morphologies change so that 5 million years later they look different, does that mean that the original population went extinct? Of course it doesn't mean that. So we don't know that Iguanodon went extinct, per se, you know? I'm being real nitpicky here. But yeah, Iguanodontians, their heyday is the early Cretaceous. So yeah. The critter that he was talking about here, there's an Iguanodon relative from Europe.
Is an Iguanodon relative from Europe that lived at the end of the Cretaceous, but
that's the thing, though. I think he's talking about Rhabdodontians. I think he's talking about critters like Zalmoxes, which is from the Maastrichtian of Europe. Yeah, I think he's talking about this critter here.
And equally inconspicuous, Zalmoxes.
Yeah.
The last of a very ancient dinosaur lineage.
Which, I don't know if we know for sure that these guys are Iguanodontians. That might be disputed.
Is one of their few remaining strongholds. Axe for
yeah. Rhabdodontia is that particular group, Rhabdodontidae. There we go. Oh, they are considered Iguanodontians. Okay. Because I think I remember talking with Karen Poole about this, she's an expert on Iguanodontians. That's her clade. That's what she works on. I think I remember her saying that in some phylogenies, these guys show up outside of Ornithopoda entirely. But I don't know. Yeah. Anyhow. And hadrosaurids or hadrosauroids? What was this, Claire?
All right, so you've got like hadrosaurids up
There's
here,
Karen there.
right? And then like kind of stepping out into a slightly larger group, you would have hadrosauroids. I'm figuring out kind of how they got to that point. What was the setup, right? What was the evolutionary pattern? It's not a linear thing, right? It's not like we have Iguanodontians in the early Cretaceous and then they all become hadrosaurs and duckbill dinosaurs. there are other lineages.
Raptidontians, I guess, would be
Raptidontians, right? So, and Zalmoxes was featured in
Prehistoric Planet.
Prehistoric Planet.
Yep,
Which is
we
great
just
for
saw
me
that clip.
'cause now people know what Zalmoxes is, and I can use this example. Zalmoxes is also an iguanodontian. You can kind of follow part of the tree, and there's this trend towards like more and more teeth, bigger jaws, giant dinosaurs, which are the hadrosaurs. Most of them are quite large. But there's this other group of
Like
iguanodontians hanging out in the underbrush doing their thing, being Zalmoxes. And their teeth sort of take a whole different trajectory where they have actually really big teeth, like really wide teeth in their
comically large teeth for their jaws.
And hadrosaurs do the exact opposite. All right, so you've got like hadrosaurids up here.
Good stuff.
Right? And then like kind of stepping out into a slightly larger group.
Thank you, Claire Burr.
Hadrosauroids. I'm figuring out.
Yeah. And hello to you, Froky the Rescued Toad. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. A rescued American toad. Very nice. Well, well, well. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. Here, let's get back to this video here, shall we? Yeah.
They're about to let me look for some dinosaur bones. I've been waiting for this moment my whole entire life, so no pressure, but if I don't find something, I'm gonna be devastated. I'm probably not gonna find it. I'm probably gonna find like a chicken bone, but just searching. I'm so psyched.
All right, here's how to...
If she sticks with it, she will definitely find a bone. That is a really dense accumulation of Pachyrhinosaurus bones in that bone bed, so she will find them. Anyway, this is How to Hunt Dinosaur Fossils.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
And thank you, Froky the Rescued Toad. I appreciate the follow. Welcome. Welcome.
Hunt for dinosaurs. There are two rules.
So the first one is that you always want to be working horizontal to the bone layer. The reason being, like, as soon as you do this, you run the risk of like accidentally stabbing a bone. The second rule is to always keep your site clean. So we say a clean site is a happy site.
Those of you who were here over the summer heard that phrase so many times on our live stream, our fieldwork live streams. Clean site is a happy site. A clean site is a happy site. Yeah. Yeah.
Second rule is to always keep your site clean. So we say a clean site is a happy site.
All right, the moment I've been waiting for my whole life. Here I go.
I'm just gonna be here for a while. Just you guys can go.
But as I worked, I wondered, how many of each dinosaur have we found?
Some huge...
Oh, good question. For the majority of dinosaur taxa, genera, and species, there's just one example. Just one specimen from the majority of dinosaurs that have been named. There's some that we have thousands of examples of. There's some that we have literally hundreds of complete skeletons. But for the most part, for most dinosaurs that have been named, and there's, roughly 2,000 different dinosaurs that have been named, the vast majority of those, or the majority of those, I would say, just one specimen. So yeah. And Ken says a clean site is a happy site?
Like as soon as you do this, you run the risk of like accidentally stabbing a bone. The second rule is to always keep your site clean. So we say a clean site is a happy site.
So it's not just our crew that says that, Ken. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Ken. It's good to see you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And what is the group with the most named members? Theropoda. Or if there are more theropods than any other kind of dinosaur. Especially today. There are more theropods alive today than any other group of dinosaurs. How many?
Over 9,000!
Over 9,000 species of birds, which are theropods. But even excluding the birds, there are more theropods from the Mesozoic than have been named than any other major group of dinosaurs like that. It's almost not fair to compare theropods to sauropods or ornithopods or marginocephalians because they're just not nearly as speciose. You almost have to break Theropoda up into different groups. But anyway, those ranks don't actually mean anything. Those are, a human construct. But anyway, do we know when theropods split? Well, every time you have a new species, evolving, that would be a split if we're looking at it cladogenetically, like I was talking about. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
All right, the moment I've been waiting for my whole life. Here I go.
I'm just gonna be here for a while. Just you guys can go.
I love how excited she is.
But as I worked, I wondered, how many of each dinosaur have we found?
Some huge proportion of species are known from a single specimen, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Turns out almost half of all dinosaur species are known from a single specimen.
I think it's more than half.
And many of those fossils are incomplete, meaning we take the pieces that we do find and we extrapolate what the rest of it could have looked like. That makes the job of identifying what's a new species and what's just a piece of an already existing dinosaur really tricky.
We are nowhere near having all of the dinosaurs that ever lived.
This is
and
great.
The dinosaurs that we have found aren't final. They're an ongoing group project among scientists all around the world. Take, for example, maybe the world's most famous dinosaur, the T-Rex. Didn't look like you think. Scientists and artists have been imagining dinosaurs for hundreds of years. Based on early discoveries, they thought that the T-Rex was a lean predator that stood upright like a kangaroo.
You may have seen the traditional T-Rex.
Oh, so this is Ceratosaurus right here. And they spelled Stegosaurus wrong. Why did they do that? What they should have picked was an actual Charles R. Knight. You know, they could have done this, but the Field Museum might still hold copyright on some of these. Anyway, I would have shown this one instead of Ceratosaurus, an entirely, totally different group of theropods. It's not even a Coelurosaur. It's a Ceratosaur.
In the kangaroo pose, like standing up with his tail dragging on the ground.
But the more they compared the T-Rex's hip and thigh bones to modern upright animals, they realized that they didn't quite make sense. New computer models showed that standing upright would put too much weight on its hips, but leaning forward would be much more stable.
We now understand these animals are more like teeter-totters.
And they weren't very lean either. Rib-like bones were found with this old famous
twice
T-Rex
as many fingers. There you go.
But it wasn't until 2018 when they realized that these ribs would have had to float in the T-Rex's abdomen, like crocodiles have today. And they realized that the T-Rex would have been way chunkier than they thought, which means that it was probably an ambush predator, jumping out at you.
Oh, but we got to think about ontogeny, though. That's the thing, is that, like, oh, you can't say, well, T-Rex didn't run fast. Well, what life stage are you talking about? What age? We know that these animals changed a tremendous amount as they grew and matured. And she'll probably get to that. I'm probably jumping the gun here. But, holy cow, when it was young, this critter was a speedster. Look at those long, leggy legs. This would have been, like, probably an active pursuit predator in its teenage years. Only later, you know, would it really bulk up like that. Yeah. Werewolfcast says, does T-Rex have a reason to run? I mean, when it's at this growth stage and it's like an active pursuit predator, certainly. If it's trying to hunt down things like ornithomimids, like these guys, then yeah, or Oviraptorosaurs. We've got evidence that is it Gorgosaurus and City Pets? There we go. So yeah, we've got direct evidence that that younger tyrannosaurs. Here's a young version of Gorgosaurus here. And yes, that is the actual proportions. Look how leggy it is. Look at how leggy that is. That animal is all leg. So, I talked about this with Balint on stream when we were doing some fossil news earlier in the year. But that was a Gorgosaurus specimen, a young one, that was found with the leg bones of these little Oviraptorosaur dinosaurs still in its belly. So preserved fossil gut contents. And those would have been fast little guys. So presumably the Gorgosaurus ran them down and ate them. So yeah, these would have been speedsters when they were young. I mean, again, look at those proportions. Look at how leggy this critter is. Just impressive, you know? Yeah, it's like taller than it is long. Quite, almost. It's crazy. Yeah. Legs of the mouth, says Murphy. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. And Addicted to Capping Game says, it was my understanding that T-Rex was a stamina-based pursuit animal. It was built to wear down animals over distance. We don't have evidence of that, no. Well, not necessarily that it was like hunting that way. We do know that as an adult, Tyrannosaurus is very, very well adapted for long-distance walking. Certainly. They may have had really big territories. Maybe when they reach that full adult stage like this, when they're that big and that heavy, maybe they are mostly scavengers. We don't really know. But we've got lots of evidence that in their younger years, these were really fast animals, built for speed. And then they go through a huge growth spurt. And their ecology changes. Here. Show you a clip. Be 3D printing here. The one of our printers has just completed that file that we made. Let's try and slap this on real quick. Again, this is relevant because this is what we're printing, a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull. Life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull. This should fit on right here, and that's about perfect. Yeah, that's really good. Excellent. I'll sand this and get that on there later. Very, very good. Yeah. There we go. Excellent. But let's get this started up with another file. Here we go. Part 9. Oh boy, what? Wait, this is our other lower jaw. Hang on. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's open this up in Blender. I'm still kind of learning the controls for Blender. I am the most novice of Blender novices right now. We've got this part done. We've got our articular right there. You know, like the triangular. This is part number 7, which was too big for us to print. Part number 4 is there. 5 is there. Part 8. I think we're printing part 8 right now. Let's do part 20. Starting to get into those teeth. Yeah. Excellent. That'll be fun. Part 20. Oh boy. Yeah. Nice. So do I want to go like that or do I want to go like that? If that'll fit, then let's do it. Oh, so far so good. Beautiful. Yeah, let's start it up. Let me go grab the card out of the printer there and get it heated. Import G-code. Put that on the card. Beautiful. Excellent. Saurus teeth, and we'll be talking about this soon. But let me get this going. There we go. Excellent. Should be coming to life here in just a second. And Space Sherpa says, Danny, do you do any gaming? You talking like video games? I don't think I've played a video game in like 2 years. But yeah, I think you're the third person to come in and ask me about the Isle today. Third, maybe fourth. But no, I've never played it. I'm aware of it, but no, never played it. I will be, however, playing a video game on Friday. I gotta modify something on the printer real quick. I'll be right back. Sometimes I have to readjust the temperature, but it's held, so that's good. Yeah, on Friday this week, I'll actually be playing a game. We're doing a special Friday stream. I don't normally stream on Fridays, but I'm doing a crossover stream with iOS. So we'll be starting up a stream here on my channel. We'll let a bunch of people join us, and then I'll be raiding into iOS's channel, where I'm going to be playing the new Indiana Jones game, which I've heard very good things about. She was really eager for me to play that, and she's on her partner push right now. She's getting those viewership numbers up to be able to get Twitch partner, and hopefully this helps. That should be a lot of Indiana James. Yeah, there you go. Sloppy Salamander, yeah. Yeah, and it's great. You love it? I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. So, iOS is actually the reason why I'm here on Twitch. I hadn't really heard of Twitch before I met her. She used to work at Twitch. So anyway, I'm sure we'll talk about that on Friday. It's gonna be a good time. And will you send an alert on Discord so we can tune in, says Deathsaurus? No, I don't think so. Well, maybe I will. Yeah, if I remember, I'll do that. But like I said, you will know about this stream because we're gonna start here. I'll stream here on this channel, Paleontologizing, for like an hour or so, and then we'll raid in. Does that make sense? So the system automatically posts when you go live. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, it'll be great. iOS 1,000,000% deserves that partner badge and all of the privileges that come with that, including more emote slots. She's got so many great emotes. Can we get some iOS emotes going in the chat? She's got so many. More emotes than she has slots for. So getting that partner status will give her more emote slots, and so she won't have to keep shifting those around to different places and decommissioning emotes and stuff like that. So, yeah. An Addicted to Capping Games says, question, given that T-Rex had the largest olfactory portion of the brain of any dinosaur that we know of, but yeah. We know that they had better vision than something like a hawk today. Were other dinosaurs just blind, or did T-Rex just evolve better? We don't know if they had... well, they would have had very, very good vision, but comparing it to a hawk might be comparing apples and oranges. Hawks have amazing visual acuity where they can spot things from a very, very great distance. We don't know if Tyrannosaurus did that. We know it had very big eyes. And we know it's got a sizable... sizable ocular nerve. But here's an endocast, so a cast of the interior of the brain case. So the part of the skull that holds the brain. This is how we can determine brain shape, is you just look at the hollow on the inside and its shape. That tells you what shape the brain was. So are these the... Where are the ophthalmic nerves? There we go. Ophthalmic nerve is the nerve that runs to the eyeballs. And it's pretty big in T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus had some pretty big eyeballs, too. Some say the largest of any dinosaur ever. I suspect some sauropods probably would have had bigger eyes. Just based on, even though they've got relatively small heads, you know, it's such a big animal, it'll probably have eyes slightly bigger than a T-Rex's eyes. And the same way that, like, you don't think of horses as having huge eyes, but, you know, it's a large-ish animal. Even if the eyes don't look very big compared to its overall body, those are still pretty big eyes in absolute terms. So anyway, yeah, there's the olfactory bulb, by the way. This big, oh no, hang on, it's right here. The olfactory bulb out front by the nose, enormous on this animal. It had an incredible sense of smell. Dinosaurs in general, going back to your question, they're addicted to capping games. Were other dinosaurs just blind or something? Is that what you're asking? No. Dinosaurs on average would have had much better vision than most mammals today. Mammals tend to be pretty olfactory forward critters. Like, smell is one of the strongest senses in a bunch of extant mammals. Dinosaurs would have probably been, on average, more visual than mammals. And maybe their sense of smell wasn't... They weren't quite as smell-focused. Unless you're something like a tyrannosaur like this, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And are there eyes that are similar size now? That's a good question. There, Suave Oreo. You might have to look at, like, very large squid to find similar-sized eyes. Mammal with biggest eyes. Oh, Google AI. You search mammal with biggest eyes, and AI Overview says the ostrich has the largest eyes of any land animal. Yeah, I said mammal there. Oh boy. Anyway, I have heard that ostriches have got the largest eyes of any land animal, and I am not sure that's true. I want to say there are horses that have bigger eyes than ostriches. Ostriches don't have particularly big heads. You know? I bet you some big draft horses have got bigger eyes than this. You know? Yeah. I bet you that there are some really big Clydesdale horses. That have got bigger eyes than an ostrich. But let's look at some photos and see if that would make sense. Yeah, I bet you they would. It's just, you know, that's very large for a horse. I bet you they've got bigger eyes than an ostrich. Yeah. Elephants have actually got pretty small eyes. Atari, X-Head, Game, Sinsler, QATs. Yeah. If you ever get the chance to, like, get up close to an elephant, do it. It's so cool. But they've got pretty small eyes. Their eyes are not that much bigger. They're not, like, dramatically bigger than a person's eyes. Yeah. Compared to the size of the animal, you know, the eyes are pretty small. Yeah. Animal eye size comparison. That's interesting. Is this music copyrighted? So, ants, catfish, birds, cuttlefish. I like how they actually have models of the eyes here, too. Koala, wolf, dogs. Lots of different breeds of dogs, different size eyes. That's not super helpful. Rhinoceros? What is that? Never heard of that animal before. Alligator? It's a crocodilian that its natural habitat is beer. Yeah. Human, donkey, tiger, cow. Camel, elephant, giraffe. This doesn't say, I think elephants have got smaller eyes than camels, but I'm not. Camels have got pretty big eyes. Horse and ostrich. So yeah, I want to say that a really, really large breed of horse, big old draft horse, is probably going to have larger eyes than an ostrich. That's my guess. And Dino Sour. Oh, wow. Yeah. Thumbs down. Anyway, well, it continues on after this. After Dino Sour. Blue whale? Are blue whales' eyes actually that big? I know overall they're very, very large. I didn't think they had particularly large eyes. I don't know. Yeah. Ophthalmosaurus is an ichthyosaur. Not even a super large one. It's got pretty big eyes. What in the world? Godzilla. Oh boy. Anyway. We're gonna stop it there. But yeah, anyhow. Yeah. Oh yeah, you forgot about Godzilla's his picture, but yeah. Let's continue.
Not a pursuit predator chasing you down in a jeep. In fact, most dinosaurs were chunkier than people thought. But before I show you that,
Do you think that's a bone? I'm pretty sure both of these are bone. I'm pretty sure I found a dinosaur bone. I think I'm touching a dinosaur bone right now. Oh my god. Might also be a bone of like a large chicken or something. Am I right? Okay, I think there's two bones. I think this is a bone.
And there you go, elbow links, I agree.
This is a bone under here too. Yep. Oh my god, they're everywhere.
I also didn't realize that I narrowly avoided disaster.
This is bone too, actually. Stop, really? Yep. All right, I didn't spot that one. How do you know? I can see like those little white specks in there. That's kind of like the Aero chocolate bar. Look at the texture of this. I had no idea what I was looking at. I thought I was looking for something like that, which is the outside of the bone. Right? Yeah. That is the cross section. That's the Aero bar part. The inside.
With the what? The error bar part? We call that trabecular bone. Error bar. Oh, Aero bar. Is that like a Canadian thing? Yeah, that looks like trabecular bone texture. So that is a really good analogy. It's UK chocolate with bubbles. Oh, so they found a way to give you less chocolate per volume. That's one way to make more money, I guess. Yeah. Canada too, yeah. Yeah. Clipper's a scam. Anyway, yeah. We call that trabecular bone texture on the inside. And you get the cortical bone on the surface, which is nice and smooth and thick. So yeah, it is a good analogy, though. Yeah.
Looking at, I thought I was looking for something like that, which is the outside of the bone.
Yeah. The cortical bone.
That is the cross section. That's the arrow bar part. The
trabecular bone. Yeah.
Good thing I didn't chip away at that one. Thank you. This is one of the coolest experiences of my life. I realize that this is just like another Tuesday for you, but this is really cool.
It is pretty cool. Like I said, the thrill never wears off.
But finding a bone isn't even the coolest part. We gotta get it back to the lab.
Is there any hope of actually pulling that bone out of the ground?
I think so.
To get it out of the ground intact, we had to make this paste and then...
Paste? Oh, they're gonna do it's called these plaster grenades. So this is like a portable bandage. So this is gonna be like a real quick plaster jacket that they're gonna do.
Paint it over the bone and wait until it dried. And while we were waiting, I realized that I still had a very basic question about all of this. And after I learned the answer, I'm never gonna look at a chicken the same way.
What qualifies as a dinosaur?
Good question. It is a phylogenetic question.
Yep.
All right, so your great.
Oh. Is there an explanation of phylogeny in here? This video just keeps getting better and better. Holy cow. This is exactly what I would hope to see in a video like this. This explanation of phylogeny. Phylogeny is the evolutionary relationships of different animals, different creatures, different organisms. Not just animals, but everything. When we do our tree of life here, that is a phylogenetic tree, showing the evolutionary relationships of different critters. Like, let's jump to us on here. Good old Homo sapiens. Yeah. There we go. So we are related to the other African apes right here. We all had a common ancestor about 8 million years ago, and then split into these different species. Chimps and bonobos, humans, gorillas. You can go further out and get to some of our cousins, things like orangutans, and then the other apes. And you go back out further and further and further, the monkeys and apes. Out here you get to eucarontans, primates, Euarchontoglires, Boroeutherians, placental mammals, Therian mammals. This is phylogeny. This is living things are related to each other through evolution. So yeah. And Jay Denny says, hey, I used that tree in my class. One Zoom is fantastic. I use this practically every stream. That's so cool that you use that in class. I've never heard anybody say that before. That sounds like a cool class. It sounds like your instructor knows what they're doing. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's see what the explanation of phylogeny is in this video. Oh man, I hope it's good, because this would be some superb, top tier science outreach if there's a really good, pithy explanation of phylogeny, because it's a difficult concept to explain to people, even though it's like the fundamental concept in all of biology. Here.
It is a phylogenetic question.
Oh, I am the instructor, says Jay Denny. It's a for AP Environmental Science. Jay Denny, salute to you. Talking about phylogeny and evolutionary relationships in advanced placement environmental science. I like you already. I'm sure you're an excellent instructor. Holy cow. Big salute. We talk on this channel all the time about... thank you, Murph, for gifting Jay Denny. Well deserved there. Murph, thank you for your generosity. Yeah. This is something we talk about all the time.
Just as Darwin.
So yeah, this idea of phylogeny like this, you know?
Was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other...
This is from the 2005 Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, where they were trying to introduce... There were some people trying to introduce creationism into public school classrooms. This is a major problem here in the United States, as I'm sure many of you are aware.
Fossils with
this is a documentary about that.
That support Darwin's tree of life.
Yeah.
My testimony in the
and thank you, Salamander, for gifting Gravity. That is well deserved there.
Salamander gifted a tier 1 sub to Gravity in 1963.
Thank you for your generosity there, Salamander.
181 gift subs in the channel.
I really appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you,
was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. We've got another hype train going. Beautiful.
Which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Ungulates. Yeah.
And where the Pandas book says we can't go from A to B. There are no
the
fossils.
The Pandas book was a creationist textbook.
Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils. We have the transitional features. We have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence. And we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
And this is a little oversimplified, but it kind of has to be when you're at this basic level.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
This idea of phylogeny like that is not something that most Americans are aware of because they just don't learn about it in school because, again, creationists fight really hard to keep it out of textbooks. So thank you, Jay Denny, for doing some good work there and actually, like, you know, using this idea of phylogeny to, you know, help ground these ideas in biology and ecology. Because when you understand that all life on Earth came from a common ancestor, that we as human beings are not just related to all other human beings on our planet. We're all one big family, but so is the rest of life on Earth. It's a beautiful thing. And it's based on facts. And I wish more people knew about this. So, again, I'm really excited to see this explanation of phylogeny here. I hope it's good. Let's check it out.
Good question. It is a phylogenetic question.
Yeah.
All right, so your great grandfather, over 10 to 15 million generations back, was a little lizard-like creature called an amniote. Scientists think that this was your most recent common ancestor with dinosaurs. Over millions of years, the amniote's kids adapted, and scientists grouped up the new species depending on their different characteristics.
This is great.
Scientifically speaking, a dinosaur is everything from here onward, which means...
Holy cow, this is the best, like, pithy explanation I've ever seen of this topic. This is phenomenal.
Speaking, a dinosaur is everything from here onward, which means some of the animals that people often call dinosaurs actually aren't.
So things like pterosaurs they actually belong to a different group of reptiles. Things like mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs are also not dinosaurs. Like, they live at the same time, but they belong to different groups of reptiles.
Crocodiles were alive back then too, which is crazy. But they're not dinosaurs because they actually branched off earlier. But if everything that descended from this branch onward is a dinosaur, then that means
birds were...
Yes, yes indeed. Birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. Excellent stuff. There's the link right there for those of you who are asking for it. There you go, Gravity. Yeah. And Jay Denny says the percent of common DNA within any species currently living blew my hair back when I first read about it. Yeah. That we're barely different at that level is wild to think about, but it makes a lot of sense when you've got millions of base pairs of DNA. You're gonna have a lot of that, the same DNA as like a bacterium. And then you get increasing levels of similarity as you get closer and closer to your own branch on the tree of life, So depending on how you count it, we as humans share something like 98% of DNA in common with bonobos and chimps.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
And Square Chap, thank you for the 10 months of support. Thank you for that prime there. I really appreciate it. Excellent.
The Tradoon.
Yeah, by some counts, we share like 99.99 something % of DNA in common with chimps. It depends on how you count it. There's different ways of counting similarity in DNA. We as humans share a tremendous amount of DNA in common with other old world apes and monkeys. You go back further and further and further. We as humans share a good portion of our DNA in common with other living things on other branches of the tree of life. Like, for instance, bananas. There's a non-trivial portion of our DNA that we have in common with them because we both inherited that from a common ancestor. All living things on our planet share certain amounts of their genome together. The more closely related you are, the more DNA you share. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anyway, let's continue here.
Dinosaurs because they actually branched off earlier. But if dinosaurs, everything from here onward, which means some of the animals that people often call dinosaurs actually aren't.
So things like pterosaurs they actually belong to a different group of reptiles. Things like mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs.
And there you go. Well, links. Yeah, hybridization gets weird and
they live at the
confusing
same
too.
time, but they belong to different groups of reptiles.
But yeah, and Addicted to Captain Game says, why is creationism such an argumentative topic? Surely as scientists you would want every generation to know the facts and pass on knowledge to the next generation. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to teach people about science, real information. But there's a lot of people here in the U.S., many of them for religious reasons and some of them for other reasons too, who just don't want people to learn about evolution. They deny that living things change over time. It's a huge problem here in the U.S. especially, and it is in some other countries too. Turkey in particular has got a huge problem with this kind of thing. Yeah. There's a lot of people who are very threatened by that. Think about it this way. If you're the sort of person who wants to hold on to prejudices, maybe there's a particular kind of ethnic group that you really don't like, you're very prejudiced against and hateful toward another group of people. You don't want to think that you share a common ancestor with them. Be like, no, this deity created us separately. And, that's just the way it is, All other things on Earth too, you know, we want to be able to exploit them to whatever extent our hearts desire. We don't want to think about them being creatures worthy of respect or humane treatment or something like that. And if you think that we're not related to them, then it helps you divorce yourself from that. You're like, oh yeah, just, you know, wipe them out. Extinct them. Doesn't matter. You know? It's attitudes like that that I think kind of make people afraid of the idea of evolution, like the kinship of all living things. You know? Yeah, because those can be really profitable ideas. And people build their whole political careers based on those kinds of prejudices, you know? So yeah, that's part of it at least. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Ken, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. That's the way that I look at it. Let's get back to this.
Things like pterosaurs.
Yeah. I'm very happy with this video so far. This is awesome.
Like mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs are also not dinosaurs. Like they live at the same time, but they belong.
And Addicted to Capping Games says, I apologize. I just don't understand or even know how someone could refute the topic of evolution. I'm going to take a wild guess here, Addicted, and say you probably grew up outside of the United States. And you're maybe lucky in that regard there. Am I correct about that? But yeah, I wish everybody had the same attitude as you, you know? I wish everybody was comfortable with the idea of following the facts where they lead, you know? Rather than coming up with your conclusions before you've studied anything, you know? No, I'm from the U.S. doesn't make sense to... Oh. You're very lucky then. Very, very lucky. Holy cow. I envy you a little bit. Yeah. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm that gives me hope too, that there isn't something inherently difficult about understanding evolution or, you know, phylogeny, the kinship of all living things. That idea that you find that so mystifying that other people have such trouble with it shows that, like, I don't know, that it is possible to have that kind of attitude. That I don't know, it's just very encouraging. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. Let's continue before I get too bogged down.
Belong to different groups of reptiles.
Crocodiles were alive back then too, which is crazy. But they're not dinosaurs because they actually branched off earlier. But if everything that descended from this
Being trolled
branch
with
onward is a dinosaur,
don't be so suspicious,
And
Kat.
that means birds were dinosaurs, and therefore they are also dinosaurs.
And
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
55 best months of my life.
And look how old you are now, Lordy, after 55 months of support. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much, Lordy, for your ongoing support. 55 months is incredible. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Lordy. Thanks for helping keep me fed and housed and everything else, not just with that subscription, but thanks for letting me live in your house too. Thanks for letting me sign that lease with the cats, you know. I hope I take good enough care of them. Anyway, Goat the dog says, I'm in the southeast United States and was taught evolution in high school in the early 2000s. That's good to hear. But kids were allowed to opt out due to personal beliefs from learning it. Oh boy. not to be dramatic, but that's like, that's almost tantamount to child abuse in a way. It's like, yeah, you know, we want to keep these kids ignorant, so we're going to tell them to opt out for, you know, for personal belief reasons. I don't know. But I've heard that there are school districts where they also do that for math and stuff. And there are religious groups throughout the world that believe that literacy is not, you know, that literacy, reading, runs counter to their religious beliefs. So, I don't know. Humanity is a rich tapestry, and there's all kinds of different people who make all kinds of interesting choices about things, and that's about as kind as I can be about it. Oh yeah. 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 Ken says, in a country where they're allowing people to opt out of vaccines, you think they care about evolution? That's a good point, Ken. Oh boy. Because as important as it is to understand evolution, that's not going to keep you from getting measles, necessarily. Like, that's a direct and communicable health risk. So yeah, good point, Ken. Good point. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's continue. Again, this video's got me in a much better mood than I would be otherwise talking about topics like this. So let's continue with that. Yeah.
Then that means birds were dinosaurs, and therefore they are also dinosaurs.
Birds are not the descendants of dinosaurs. They are actually dinosaurs by the most scientific definition. Dinosaurs are still alive, and they're all around you.
Yep.
But hang on. I thought that a meteor hit the Earth and caused the dinosaurs to go extinct. But if birds are still alive and birds are dinosaurs, what actually happened after the meteor hit? To answer that question,
asteroid,
we gotta go to the lab.
Oh my god, this is like Santa's workshop. This is the coolest place I've ever been.
Let me show you some of the coolest things here.
This is a tyrannosaur tooth. Look at the serrated edges right there, you see it?
Yeah. Phenomenal video gravity. This is wonderful.
This is a break.
Yeah.
That healed.
Pathology. Yeah. That's a rib that.
Whoa. So this is actually really important. It's basically like kind of fossilized physiology or fossilized behavior, which is not something that's easy to find in the fossil record. Incredible. So it also just reinforces
these were
living animals. They had whole lives where they did all kinds of things and healed and, you know, had injuries and and got sick too.
And Demon Prince, no, that is very, very true. Yeah, that's the reason why we have flu shots every year is because the viruses evolve. So that is absolutely a thing. But it's not like... Okay, that was maybe a bad analogy that I made on my part. Because, yeah. Yeah, that is a really good point, Demon Prince. Far be it for me to, you know, downplay the importance of teaching evolution. But yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of people in this country, especially, who are very against the idea of vaccines, and oftentimes that's the Venn diagram of people who are anti-vax and anti-evolution. That's probably pretty close to a circle, you know? But yeah. And Starma says, look up the movie Denial. Historiography had the same story. I had to prove the Holocaust was real in court. Evolution theory is the only study that... Oh no, that's very true, Starma. And again, if you're to make a Venn diagram out of it, Holocaust deniers and anti-evolution people, evolution deniers, that's also probably pretty close to a circle. Yeah. It's a lot of the same kind of thinking, you know? Conspiratorial thinking, you know. Do my own research thinking, getting your information off of TikTok or chain emails or whatever, you know? Anywho, again, I'm trying not to think about that too much right now. I really want to finish this video out. So let's, Flat Earthers too, Timmer's Crutch, yeah. Let's continue.
So this has a really abnormal bone growth right at the end of it. So we think that's either osteoarthritis or potentially a bone cancer.
Oh.
So if you were to...
Dinosaurs got cancer?
Yep.
We saw so many amazing things. And finally, I got to touch dinosaur skin.
That is not skin impression, that's the actual skin. So you can touch it if you want, it's like you're petting a dinosaur.
It feels like what I imagine an enormous chicken foot would feel like.
And on this one, this is another layer of skin. So if you look closely, you can see there are different kinds of scales.
Yeah. Touching dinosaur skin was incredible. I closed my eyes and I imagined meeting a dinosaur. And then, looking at the skin, my question was, do we know anything about color?
Good question. So in general, we know what colors some dinosaurs were. The feathered dinosaurs in particular, because the feathers will sometimes preserve pigment.
Based on pigments in fossilized feathers, they know that some feathered dinosaurs were black and white with shiny feathers, and some had rust or deep red colors. Skin doesn't preserve color, but they have found shading, meaning that some dinosaurs likely had stripes.
We don't know if those stripes were black and white, if they were tan and black. We're not really sure of the color. The dinosaurs that you see reconstructed, it's based on our understanding of modern animals, how modern animals are colored.
But a little creative liberty in color isn't the main problem with dinosaur depictions today. Look at this. You might not recognize it, but this is a modern animal, alive today. If you took its skeleton and treated it in the same way that many early science illustrators treated dinosaurs. The problem here is they just wrapped the skin around the skeleton without taking into account any of the muscle and the fat, turning this animal into a monster. Can you guess what it is?
Yeah, so here's the thing though, is that with mammals, this is how it works. You look at critters like birds, and the silhouette of their flesh, at least, conforms pretty well to the skeleton. Mammals aren't really like that.
That's a zebra. How about this one? That's a baboon. This one's my favorite.
Hippo.
That's a hippo, if we treated it like science illustrators treated dinosaurs. This is called shrink wrapping. And today,
we now know that's probably not an accurate reflection of dinosaurs. They would have had a lot of muscle mass. Yeah, like just to move those things around.
Today, artists and scientists are working to correct that, adding more loose skin and muscles and fatty tissues, redefining what dinosaurs realistically looked like.
So, but there's an issue with this sort of thing, and it's that when you're trying to communicate what we know, you've got to be careful about that. You've got to be kind of, in a sense, conservative about this. Or if you just start putting frills and stuff like that all over your dinosaurs without evidence, then members of the public are going to look at that and they'll go, oh, well, we must know that this dinosaur looked this way. There's artists like Brian Eng who do really, really good work. And they... Here we go. Here's some sauropod illustrations by Brian Eng. Here's his Brachiosaurus right here. Big fleshy waddle, almost like on a turkey right there on the neck. You've got some quills coming up in between the shoulders on the back. You've got like all this loose flappy skin right there going up the neck. You've got a big doolip underneath. We don't have evidence for any of this stuff. I think Brian Eng is 100% correct in saying that dinosaurs must have had all kinds of different, soft tissue features like this that are not preserved in the fossil record. They must have. So you might as well put them on your art. That's an artistic choice, and I think it works really well for his work. Especially when we're trying to get this idea across to the general public that, like, yeah, dinosaurs, just like modern animals, would have had a lot of interesting stuff going on their bodies. But you have to be able to say that. If somebody just sees this, they'll go, wow, I haven't seen this kind of dinosaur before. It's got a really weird thing on its neck. What dinosaur is this? That's really interesting. You explain to them that it's Brachiosaurus, and they might get really confused. Like, what? I don't know that it had that. We don't know that it had that. You see what I mean? it's a really cool artistic choice, and I think it's well grounded in thinking about these critters as living animals. But it's not necessarily the best way to communicate ideas to the public unless you're there to explain it, you know? Yeah. There have been instances of, like, soft tissue structures that have proved to be really surprising. So, like, Edmontosaurus. This is Edmontosaurus annectens, but an earlier species, Edmontosaurus regalis. Yeah. It used to be portrayed with a kind of flat head like this. Like you would expect, because the skull is flat. But then a weird soft tissue structure was discovered, preserved. So, like, bits of skin right there show that this animal actually had a fleshy crest on the top of its head. Nobody would have guessed this if it hadn't been found like that. If this extraordinarily well-preserved, you could even say mummified, duck-billed dinosaur, if this hadn't been discovered, we wouldn't know that it had a soft tissue coxcomb on the top of its head. You know? So a lot of dinosaurs would have had weird fleshy accoutrements and feathers and quills and all kinds of stuff that doesn't get preserved in the fossil record. And so you could either be a little bit more conservative about it, or you could just kind of go wild with your reconstructions, like Brian Eng does sometimes. And yeah, I think that's kind of what she was saying here in the video, you know? Yeah.
Really not inaccurate, those things around. Today, artists and scientists are working to correct that, adding more loose skin and muscles and fatty tissues, redefining what dinosaurs realistically looked like.
So this stuff is speculative, and you can put it on your dinosaurs to make a point that, you know, about how little we know. But you kind of got to be there to explain that point so you don't confuse members of the general public. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And Circule says, is it theoretically possible? Yeah, I just showed you an example of when something like that was preserved, yeah. Yeah, the Edmontosaurus with that fleshy crest on its head. Yeah. Is there evidence for, doing like giraffes do with hitting each other with their necks in sauropods? We don't have direct evidence of that, I don't think, but there are some healed, I want to say there are healed cervical ribs, so the little bones jutting out from the sides of dinosaurs like Apatosaurus. Here we go. Cervical ribs there. Healed fractures might be the result of doing that kind of behavior. I don't know. I would want to ask somebody like Carrie Woodruff about this, who works on sauropods. Because off the top of my head, I don't know if that's actually been suggested in the literature, that they were doing that kind of giraffe-like fighting behavior with their necks. Yeah. And Marika says, do we know if male feathered theropods did dances like birds? Well, we do know that some theropod dinosaurs back in the Mesozoic did have, like, courtship dances, but we don't know if they had feathers. Yeah. There we go. Dinosaur tracks reveal odd mating dance here. Some big allosaurids, probably acrocanthosaurs or close relatives. Yeah. Paleontologists found scores of these scrapes, so like going like this with their feet to kind of scrape the ground. Areas in the rock that were shallowly scarred by multiple scratch marks. These collections of marks, each of which averaged about 6.6 feet in length, 2 meters, were scattered across 4 different Cretaceous sites in Colorado. The site locations, described by the study's authors as spectacular, are crisscrossed with numerous dinosaur trackways. And yeah, Martin Lockley, who passed away last November, a dinosaur track expert, told Life Science that the scrape marks were unlike anything scientists had ever seen before. So they originally thought that they were digging traces, obviously made by the feet of dinosaurs, because we see the claw marks. We can see two sides, a left and a right trough, with a ridge in the middle. Yeah. It's like, okay, we know what kind of dinosaur made them, but what were they doing? Were they digging for water? Not likely. Could they have been searching for food? Probably not. Yeah. Probably not to do with nest building. Yeah, but there are modern birds that are things like sage grouse that will do this. Will do this same kind of behavior, and the marks look very, very similar. So that's how they were able to determine that this is probably like a, courtship display dance. There's a link to that right there. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, it has the 3D print going. Let's take a look. Thanks for asking, Gravity. Looks like that one's off to a good start. That one's going well too. Excellent. Yeah. And Dr. Tara, thank you for the news there. Oh, new paper on Noasaurus. That'll be cool to go over tomorrow. Yeah. Dinosaur paleoneurology. Very, very cool. Thank you, Dr. Tara. These will be neat to look at. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, man, Life on Mars. Yes, absolutely, Gravity. Good song. And we're gonna pause it for now, though. We're gonna get back into this video. Let's finish this out.
Every bone that comes to the lab from the field needs to get cleaned. So, time to clean ours.
So this is still covered in mud, but when it's cleaned, it'll look more like this surface right here. Sort of, you can see the shine. This is a rib that is pretty close to being fully prepared. So you can see there's that shiny chocolate brown color.
These bones are brown because they're not like your bones right now. In fact, what we've been calling bones are really rocks. All dinosaur bones are fossilized, which means they're now made of rock.
You can think of fossil bones as basically an exact copy of the bone just made out of rock. The original bone material is there, but over millions of years, the minerals replaced the bone kind of like cell by cell, basically. And so it's an exact copy of what the bone looked like. It's just now made out of rock.
Every dinosaur in every museum.
And there are varying degrees of this too. So like some fossil bones are very, very well preserved. They're heavily permineralized. And some of them, there's actually more of the original material in there. And sometimes that means that it's much more delicate because not as much of it has been replaced by minerals in the surrounding matrix. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. How many hours do you get per spool on the printer? I think about between like 25 and 30 hours, Dan the BC Man. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And do we know anything about dinosaur nervous systems? Like, for instance, could a dinosaur get a pinched nerve and, say, a vertebra like humans do from injury? I don't know if we know a lot about that. For stuff like this that is really difficult to study through the fossil record, we often use what we call phylogenetic bracketing. So, in the video, they were talking about phylogeny earlier. We can use what we know about phylogeny to kind of organize our thoughts about dinosaurs, particularly when it comes to things that are difficult to study through fossils. So, did dinosaurs get pinched nerves? Unknown, you know? But we can look at their closest living relatives. We can look at birds, who literally are dinosaurs. Birds are part of the dinosaur group. Do birds get pinched nerves? I'm sure somebody knows that. And on the other side of the bracket, what about crocs? Crocodilians. Do they ever get pinched nerves? So both of these critters bracket the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs share a common ancestor with crocodiles and with birds. Birds, common ancestor with birds are dinosaurs. And so if birds get it, and crocodiles get it too, then dinosaurs probably also got it. Does that make sense? If not, that would mean that they had to evolve some special state that their descendants, birds, and their cousins, crocodiles, don't have. So that would mean that they've got some sort of a bizarre, apomorphy there that's not shared by their closest living relatives. So, yeah.
An iguanodon.
Or an ego by Blake. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Space Sherpa says, is there evidence that pachycephalosaurs, had a skull similar to a woodpecker to prevent their brain from trauma? We don't really have evidence of that, no. Pachycephalosaurs, let me grab my pachy skull over here. Here we go. Some of these guys have got really, really thick skulls like this, and that is solid bone there, but they don't seem to exhibit any of the same, adaptations that woodpeckers have for shock absorption. I don't know if we have any hyoid bones from pachycephalosaurs yet, but if we could find some, it's a really thin bone kind of floating there in the throat. It's something that the tongue attaches to. Woodpeckers have got a really specialized tongue, and it actually attaches up behind the brain, I think, and it helps cushion the brain from impact. We don't have any reason to think that these guys would have had anything similar. In fact, this dome right here, I don't think was actually used as a battering ram, as many people have suggested. It's probably primarily for display. So these animals are showing off to each other, and this is probably a sign of maturity, because we know that these animals, their domes grew significantly as they matured. And so it might be primarily a means of saying, hey, look at me, I'm of a particular life stage, I'm particularly old and distinguished, look at my big dome. Maybe it has something to do with their social structure, maybe something to do with which part of the environment they're living in, something like that. It's hard to say. But yeah. One of these days we'll bring Kerry Woodruff on for an interview. He did his PhD on pachycephalosaurs, and some of his dissertation is going to be published before too long. And there's some really exciting, interesting, weird things about pachycephalosaurs I'm not at liberty to discuss yet, but maybe we can have the man himself talk about it. Yeah. Anyway. Chat, what's this song called? Maybe they could do scraping or shoving fights instead of head bashing? Maybe, Starman. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And any indication the dome was covered in some other structure, even just skin? It would have been covered in skin, maybe by keratin, too. Yeah. There is a chance that it could have been covered with a really brightly colored keratin, like we see in a lot of birds. But yeah, there do seem to be blood vessel grooves on the skulls of dinosaurs like Pachycephalosaurus. So yeah, I would actually be surprised if that dome was not brightly colored. At least during certain times of the year. Keratin is one of those ways to make a really, really flashy structure, make it really stand out. This is a great reconstruction here of Pachycephalosaurus. I would have made the dome brightly colored, though. Anyhow. Dude Samsung or something. Yeah, that sounds right, Salamander, yeah. Let's continue the video.
Stone replica of what was once a living, breathing animal.
Could be a hornicrust, maybe Murph, yeah.
How did the big dinosaurs actually die? It started 66.04 million years ago. on a normal day in the dinosaur kingdom, except that a speck appeared in the sky. And over a few weeks, it got bigger and bigger and bigger until a huge rock, wider than Mount Everest is tall, traveling at 20 to 30 kilometers per second, hit the Earth right here. So hard it vaporized the entire space rock immediately, but catapulted chunks of Earth beyond the atmosphere, perhaps far enough to hit the moon. And on the surface, it created an apocalypse.
There would have been, this is what kind of terrifies me about this extinction, something called a thermal pulse, which is basically a wave of heat.
There would have been mega tsunamis that rippled across the planet. The immediate impact would have been awful to live through. But for the dinosaurs that did, the worst was still coming, because the whole planet was going dark.
The ejecta from the impact itself would have blocked out the sun.
With less light, the plants died, and the animals that ate the plants, and the animals that ate them, and up and up and up.
And the things that survive are the things that are small, they're the size of a German Shepherd and smaller. Things that had some kind of refugia, so they could go into water or they could live underground.
It must have been so scary. The fact that anything survived is pretty incredible. After 180 million years, the reign of the dinosaurs was over.
Yep.
What would the world have looked like if that rock had missed? We'll never know. But
we wouldn't be here.
Like a bad day on planet Earth for the dinosaurs, but a really great day for mammals. I mean, we are here today because of that extinction.
Yep.
We're here.
That's the reason why I wear this necklace on every stream. And this is a sample of what we call the Z coal, which is a particular layer at the top of the Hell Creek Formation. Places like Hell Creek State Park in Montana. Did they hit the boundary there? Maybe. I guess it was a little bit further afield. We were near like Stubby's cabin where we collected that. Anyway, the point is, 66 million years ago, when that asteroid hit, it left a telltale mark all around the world. This is a sample of that right here. If it hadn't been for that event, you and I would not be here today. There would be no Twitch.tv. There would be no humanity. Our ancestors, little mammals, existed during the time of the dinosaurs. But during the entire age of the dinosaurs, they stayed small. There were no mammals larger than like a small dog at the time. It was only after that extinction event that mammals had their big break. So it's, yeah, here, let me find you a clip kind of talking about that, because I think I remember where it's from now. That's not it right there. Here we go.
A moving force in the evolution of life on this planet.
We may never know if dinosaurs died out in epidemic waves, or if the discovery of the iridium layer is a real indication that subtle climactic pressures were at work. But one...
climactic pressure? No, asteroid. That's the general consensus nowadays, is that it was that asteroid impact that really did it.
Without extinction, life on Earth would have taken an utterly different course, according to Stephen Jay Gould.
Yeah.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yep.
For which no creature could prevail or prepare. No, some science say that. Got killed in a mass extinction for which no creature could possibly prepare. And again, that gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
And I think that's beautiful in a way. You know, I think we are so incredibly lucky. In a sense, you know, every day is a gift. It's important to remember that. That's why I wear this necklace, you know? So yeah.
Great day for mammals. I mean, we are here today because of that extinction.
Yep.
We're here today because of this whole crazy history, because dinosaurs lived and because they died. I think I liked dinosaurs as a kid because monsters. But the more I learn, I see they weren't monsters at all. They were animals. Animals that ruled the earth for millions of years before us. And now, I love them. And I love humans for how much care we take to study them. And the reason that we do that isn't just to understand how we got here, but also to understand where we're going.
The world we live in is just one very small slice of geologic time. Each different age can tell us something different about life on planet Earth, where we've been, where we are, and where we're going in the future.
This is the golden age of paleontology, and there is still so much that we don't know.
And with more time and with more technology and more science, who knows what other mysteries are left to be unlocked.
That is beautiful. Very much deserving of a comment, so let's go ahead and do that. I gotta say, this is absolutely one of the best science communication videos I've seen in a long time. Thank you for making my job easier. Okay. What a wonderful, concise, accurate, and entertaining primer on modern dinosaur science. A lot of folks are, let's see, and you can bet I'll be recommending this video who wants a thanks for making my job easier. Okay. Did I put too many L's there in aisle? I did. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Starma says, it bugs me that there always has to be a usefulness. I'm very much with Aristoteles, who said that no knowledge should be a slave to usefulness. Knowledge is enough on its own. Yeah, but at the same time, if you're a creative person, you can come up with a use for anything. You know? So I don't see those things as being in opposition to one another. I don't know. Dinosaur science is really useful in the sense that it gives us perspective about the history of life on Earth and our part in it, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think I hear where you're coming from, Starman, but I also... Something being cool also means that it's useful, because it's cool in and of itself, you know? I don't know. Maybe I just have too expansive a view of what is useful. But anyway, at any rate, what a wonderful video. I get the feeling, actually, that that they, like, had paleontologists look this over. They, like, had people review the script and everything and probably make revisions. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. Communication as... okay. Yeah, let me... Thank you, Claire Burr, for checking that. Can I edit that? Yeah. Communication. Okay. Yeah. That'll work. With the CC, not the too few M? Okay, yeah. Anywho, with that being said, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours at this point, and I started like half an hour late, so I gotta wrap this up. Let's go ahead and do that. Here is a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. And I will, of course, be streaming again tomorrow. We'll be talking about that new dinosaur genus just published yesterday, officially. We'll be talking about that tomorrow, along with some other fossil news. So I hope to see you then. Thank you to everybody who's shown up here in our credits. New followers, subscribers, resubscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators, raiders, everybody. Thank you so, so much for everything. I appreciate it very, very much. Who else is on right now? Let's see. It's been a long time since we've raided into Creatrix Brit. What is she up to right now? She's doing some 3D printing of her own. 3D printing and fishing lure art. Well, well, well. As one of our loyal moderators and longtime subscriber, let's show her some love back. Let's go right into Creatrix Brett. Thanks for a wonderful stream, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow and discussing some brand spanking new dinosaur science. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. And let's go see what Britt is up to. All right. I'll see you there. Take care. Bye-bye.